North Texas mother is asking for more accountability. This is after her son was attacked at a sleepover. This evening, she found out that 2 young students will be facing charges, but considering what they forced him to do, she says, and told our Aaron Jones, the possible punishment, not even enough.
So what I just played you right there was a clip from a local news media outlet describing a mother who was absolutely outraged that there was a lack of accountability in what was described by the local news and the mother as a vicious attack on her 13-year-old son while he was having a sleepover with other 13-year-olds at his particular school. Now, what actually happened in this particular instance was a prank among a bunch of boys that were having a sleepover, but as you can imagine, back in the day, because the boy who was pranked and filmed being pranked happened to be black, and some of the other people, including the one that was targeted by the mother in a defamation campaign, happened to be white, this was attributed to evil white racism, and the mother and the attorney for the mother went to the media and did everything and anything that they could possibly do in order to defame the family of the 13-year-old himself. And guess what? Now the chickens have come home to roost, because it turns out after multiple investigations, the police in that area determined that this was a regular, ordinary, not racially motivated prank. The child was just the first one to fall asleep. The allegations, or allegations as the super mayor would call them,
false allegations and not facts,
of racial slurs and racial motivation were just manufactured by the mother, a Black Lives Matter group, and of course the attorney for the mother that was trying to get sympathy for her and for her child. And this ultimately ended up leading to the ruining of this 13-year-old's life, who, by the way, they published the private information of, even though he was only charged at any point in time with a misdemeanor throughout the whole course of this case, and a misdemeanor as a juvenile, because they just could not let it go. They sold their moment to grift off of evil white racism, and that's exactly what they did, or at least what they tried to do. But guess what? Years later, now that this boy is 19 years old, he has sued the mother and her attorney, and he's been awarded a judgment by a jury of his peers of $3.2 million for this particular race hoax, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
For more than 7 months, they've been waiting for criminal charges. Summer Smith's son, 13 at the time, attending Haggard Middle School, shown in this now viral video being forced to drink urine at a sleepover last February. Smith says one of Samarian Humphrey's classmates befriended him a month prior to get him to attend with the intention of bullying and assaulting him, and that night he was also shot with BBs while asleep, then called racial slurs.
And it has affected him. You know, his depression, his anxiety and stuff is definitely affecting him. And we're by no means out of, you know, like the healing process.
So look, I blocked off every aspect of the video. You can go to the local news segment to see their blurred version of the video that they have in that particular segment. But the fact is, it's disgusting, it's gross, it's wildly inappropriate. But at a certain point, you gotta point out that these are 13-year-old boys. They do goofy, gross things to each other all the time. And all the allegations of this being racially motivated come from the mother, the attorney, and of course, the Black Lives Matter group that decided to rally around this case, because the supply of racism nowhere meets the demand in the United States of America, and they kept pressing the Plano police in order to press charges in this particular instance.
The story that led to protests.
This is absolutely unthinkable.
Press conferences and international headlines started with this video. We've blurred it because it shows a group of kids. One is drinking from a cup the kids say has urine in it. The mom of the boy drinking was outraged.
This is not a prank. This is beyond bullying. You are evil. They are evil.
Even though the initial determination, and 7 months after the initial determination, they did not have grounds to make charges. But the thing is, you were in the post-George Floyd era. You had all these people claiming evil white race. racism. A harassment campaign was leveled not just against the boy, but against the police department. So eventually they decided to drum up some charges, misdemeanor charges. They charged it as a juvenile, but of course, this was not good enough for the mother nor her attorney because they were out for blood. Of course, their child was humiliated, so part of this is in fact understandable, but the idea that you are going to make this thing, which by the way would not have gotten the attention that it did but for your action, into this massive deal and make it a racial instance, and then go out of your way to target this boy and his family when he's a 13-year-old over some kind of behavior that, by the way, your son had participated in as well because he was in this group of friends, absurd, insane, and it turns out also something that you can be held civilly liable for.
To find out that it's like the equivalent of a ticket with just a little fine, that says to me what they think about my child.
They chose the absolute lowest level, which is the equivalent of a ticket. No jail time, no threat of jail time. It's fine.
Smith's attorney Kim Cole hoping for at the very least a Class A misdemeanor.
When you handle these types of situations with kid gloves, it's not a deterrent.
Now again, obviously you could see for yourself from the various local news clips at the time, and by the way, some national news media interviews, that the mother, Summer Smith, was leveling all sorts of additional accusations beyond the recording, trying to make this a racial thing, and obviously Black Lives Matter and of course the attorney for her got involved in order to create a hysteria that was taking advantage of the racial hysteria at the time. However, like I said, recently a jury ended up hearing the evidence of this case, realized that Summer Smith was exaggerating, exploiting this, and actually participating, in my opinion, in racist bullying herself, so they decided to award this young man, the person who was targeted as the evil white racist while he was in 8th grade as a 13-year-old, $3.2 million. And let's get into this New York Post article so you could see some of the justification for this. But a jury last week ruled that Smith's accusations, as well as the subsequent viral narrative that exploded after the teen was outed on social media, had invaded Van's privacy, forced him to endure severe emotional distress. Quote, "This wasn't me doing a racist act. This isn't me hating someone because of their skin color. This was me at an immature stage of my life at a sleepover for my birthday, doing immature, dumb things," close quote. Van, who is now a college freshman, ended up telling WFAA in an extended interview. Quote, "I was immature, it was stupid, it was nasty, but it's not who I am, and that's not me today." Now look, I'm not gonna play clips from the local news media affiliate's interview. It's 23 minutes long, and you definitely should check it out for yourself. But you know what? Local news media getting a little copyright happy. They're creating a little bit of problems for me. More on that in just a little bit. But we do have a clip from Fox News where they describe some of this stuff that I will play you a little bit from so you can understand exactly what this kid is alleging today based on what was accused of him back in the day, and by the way, has been hanging over his head for about 6 years at this point in time.
We went hunting for frogs. We had big jackets on, so, you know, dumb kids, we each took shots at each other like a Nerf war, except with airsoft guns. Then after, he fell asleep, and way before that, we all agreed whoever falls asleep first gets pranked. And he got pranked, and it was nasty, but it was not like this big racial torture that it was played out to be.
So look, this explanation obviously sounds way more logical than a concocted plan at age 12, because remember, even though he was 13 at the time, the sleepover was for his birthday, but the mom was alleging that they befriended this kid a month prior to this in order to launch this racist attack, plan the sleepover, and all of this elaborate stuff. In comparison to what he just described, obviously his story just rings more true. And again, this was in February, so obviously it was a bit colder out, so shooting each other with airsoft guns prior to this ended up getting twisted by the mother into just shooting him, just targeting him. And by the way, it was stated in the allegations that the boy was shot while he slept, but he's saying that the BB gun little Nerf war that they had happened while they were outside hunting for frogs. Again, things that people in Texas tend to do. They're having fun with the airsoft guns. It's not a big deal. It's regular, ordinary boy stuff. And then, of course, he talks about the nasty thing, which is the drinking of the pee, which is gross. Everybody knows it's gross. It's disgusting. If you did that to my kid, I would be absolutely pissed. But again, leveraging that to make a racialized scenario in order to get more fame for yourself, identifying your kid as the pee drinker for the world to see in order to get a Black Lives Matter group on your side, kind of absurd, if you will. And then going after identifying and doxing a 13-year-old, also absurd.
And there is a video of the incident that has come out, and that video has been out for quite a while. Shows, I believe, and I'm trying to characterize this accurately, exactly what you described, which is that Samarian did drink after you guys woke him up. What was some concoction of apple juice, some urine, but he didn't really drink. He kind of put it up to his mouth. But the point is, he moved on. He laughed. And in fact, for 2 weeks, you guys kind of all just went about your business the same way you went into it.
So look, I had to blur out the video because even though the concoction is mostly apple juice and this kid doesn't actually drink it, the fact is YouTube will age restrict the video. And honestly, it's understandable because the local news media blurring is just like the eyes of the kid's face. And if you're describing a child drinking urine, I actually 100% get it. I think we all understand that. But according to the accounts of the people who have seen the actual video, he doesn't really actually drink it. He ends up laughing at the idea. And of course, they were friends for weeks. But what ultimately ended up happening is that there was a dispute between another friend in their group and this black child. That friend had the video ends up circulating, and then when it becomes a social media nightmare, the mother apparently comes up with this narrative, or at least this is what the jury believed enough to warrant a $3.2 million judgment, which is no small number, due to the fact that the mother was completely outrageous. And again, the Black Lives Matter groups, the targeted harassment, the attorney for the mother, all of these people tried to maximize the victim points in order to get the most amount of attention, and they did so directly at the expense of this kid who was in 8th grade and was 13 at the time. Now, Smith and her attorney, Kim Cole, are actually saying that they're going to appeal this, which makes a lot of sense. A $3.2 million judgment is nothing to sneeze at, and we don't know exactly how this is going to be adjudicated at the appellate level, but as of right now, I do think it is a very important message to people who are angry and decide that they're going to target kids, activists that are angry and decide that they're going to dox kids, and the race hustling attorneys that enable them, that there is actual consequences for this. You will have to pay the price for this. And the 2020 George Floyd hysteria, although Black Lives Matter, all these organizations, and all the additional race hoaxers that appear to have gotten away with it seem to be just enjoying their lives, the fact is justice will be delivered, at least in some of the cases, and hopefully instances like this, the actual backlash of truth and justice, will lead other people in the future to try not to take advantage of those moments when they arise. But of course, that may be me just being optimistic and hopeful. Again, I will leave a lot of information about this particular case down in the comments below, including a local news interview that's like 22 minutes long that I wasn't able to show clips of it during the course of this video. But as of right now, that's all I really have for you guys today. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked the
This game, I do really think that this was one of those crash outs that people will talk about. Like, this will be an educational material in game design school in like 3 years. People will look back at High Guard and it will be like, all right, class, take out your pencil and I want you to write an essay on why you think High Guard failed.
I think we all know it, but I may as well just say it. High Guard is a game living on borrowed time.
It sure is.
And that's time that it earned because the leadership team fired most of the development team that built the damn game.
Yep.
And now the fear is that the game is in a death spiral, the type of which it won't be able to recover from.
It's not in a death spiral. Well, I guess, okay, yeah, it is in a
Because whenever people see layoffs like this, they don't really feel like investing their time, their energy, and their money into a game that just may not be there. It only took 16 days after launch for the layoffs to happen, and since that happened, well, things have only got worse, at least for their PR. And now, there's even a new 10-cent shaped question hanging over everything in the
10-cent
story.
invested.
So we have a lot to talk about. 16 days after launch, High Guard developer Wildlight Entertainment began laying off staff.
It's only 16 days? Okay, they didn't last... Okay, how long did Concord last?
People posted on LinkedIn saying that, quote, most of the team was gone. Wildlight then confirmed it, stating that they decided to, quote, part ways.
12 days. Okay, so almost.
Developers to continue innovating on and supporting the game. One of the people let go, a level designer called Alex Grainer, was a bit more blunt. He said, this one really stings. There was a lot of unreleased content that I and others have designed for High Guard. So what we see in that is, there is...
Some babies deserve to be aborted. Maybe it's better that people didn't see it.
Lots of content that exists on the servers that team has, and the skeleton crew that remains can
the way it
probably
is.
ship that content.
I mean, it's just the way it is. Like, don't get mad at me.
Future. Concerns that only got bigger when the game's website went down.
Oh.
For many people,
It's
especially
over.
seeing even the site go down, it was a clear trend that High Guard was firmly on the way out and would be dead. Though it turns out it's not dead, at least in that way, because one of the remaining devs explained to their Discord that the website was being, quote, transferred and simplified, but that was low
it's being simplified.
Priority, and the reputational damage of their site going down was already done.
Yes.
A little bit rough. I mean, talk about someone being kicked whenever they're down.
Yes.
So,
they kicked
remaining
themselves.
staff
They
then
decided
are
to take it
simply going
down
to be
without
working
saying
on
anything.
improving the game, shipping whatever content.
No. If this is actually true, they could have just said, hey, we're taking the website down. We're going to be doing updates and making the website better for you guys, so stay tuned. And then none of this would have happened. So, like, even inside, like, even at this very moment, they're retarded. They're retarded even now.
That they can, and that's actually why they
That's how
just
it is.
shipped another base, another gadget, and a little bit more importantly for the old bottom line, some new cosmetics and bundles. Though with
an
everything
owl
going on,
beast.
don't really know if players will feel able to invest to buy those cosmetics and bundles, even if they like the game. And the only way that'll change is leadership from this team just coming out and saying, listen.
Make sure to buy the microtransactions for the video game that's probably going to get shut down in 3 months. Buy it now, guys. You see that? You've never seen something like this before.
This is the situation. This is how long we can run for. You know, all of those things, so that people don't feel like there's a massive air of uncertainty about even supporting the game, which is a bad place to be if you're someone who likes that game and wants to support it.
Too bad.
You just won't feel like
Too bad.
you can. And obviously, there are loads of things flying around, from commenters to devs to publishers, just people trying to talk about this game and work out why it did not work. Was it too niche? Was it the art style? Was it the Game Awards? Is it all just Jeff Keighley's master plan for chaos?
Being bad never felt so good.
Jeff Keighley killed the game. That's so true. It's all his fault that the game's bad.
And the thing
He
is,
made the
you
game
look
too.
at some of the peaks, like launch day, and you wonder how a game could perform, air quotes, so well, and then need to lay off the majority of staff within a month. Maybe that's because launch day isn't everything. So Highguard...
Well, no, I mean, launch day matters a lot, and that's the reason why they laid him off. It's because everybody left. Like, that's the reason why.
Had nearly 100,000 concurrents on Steam at launch. But we now know the success likely went further because according
it's on
to
console
Ampere
probably too.
data and reported by the Game Business, 1.54 million people played the game across all platforms in the 2 days of
Wow.
January, putting it on par with existing games like Pal World, DayZ, and Red Dead Redemption 2. And across the whole month, Circana ranked it in the top 10 for US Steam that week and the top 20 for console. For any new launch, especially in indie, that's incredible. And you may think, 100,000 concurrents, 1.54 million players, this
How
doesn't
could you
compute.
fail? Yeah.
Well, remember what concurrency is. It's
Well,
just
okay, this
concurrency.
Yeah,
If
obvious.
you play the game for an hour or two in launch evening, then you're going to be one of that 1.54 million.
Yes.
Even if you're not one of the current, well, concurrents.
That do be how the math
It's a lot of
is.
people. But then it hit 15,000 concurrents on Steam too. And for many, that was a clear sign of failure. People bouncing off because of server issues, bugs, or the gameplay.
How are we doing right now?
Just not landing. But here's the thing. That first week isn't really the moment to look at. Even though that first week had some little glimmers. You saw that if people played for more than 2 hours, the reviews were way, way more positive. Which...
That's like saying that a person that eats an entire plate of shit means that shit tastes good. Well, yeah, obviously, you have a selection bias there of the people that are playing it longer would play it longer because they think it's good. Doesn't mean that you're not serving shit.
Is to be
But
expected,
think about it.
but I think what is interesting is the sheer quantity of those positive reviews. Yes, the Steam score was really bad, but the number of reviews in total was humongous. So even though positive was not as large a percentage as I'm sure the devs would have wanted, it was still quite a lot of people. But even with all that, it's episode 2's launch on the 6th of February. That's the thing we need to talk about.
A positive review doesn't mean shit if you don't play the game. Like, people say the game is good, well then why aren't you playing the game? Because you just put that on there for no reason. You just tried to say, oh, it's a good game, like people are rating it badly, but you don't even play it. That's the thing, that's what I love about concurrent player counts. That's what I love about, you know, like raw numbers and data like that. Because it takes all these people's feelings and it puts them in a dirt. Puts them in a dirt, said, fuck your feelings. This is what people actually do.
Well, it had maps, now it's quality of life. A new hero that had some kind of neat movement.
This is the coolest character they made. There's some Blade shit, right? I mean, like, they should have introduced him. He should have been the main character, not that weird-ass fucking loser.
Both wolfy things, but it peaked at 8,500.
It's pretty obvious.
That's a weaker show, but it's not an unhealthy player count for an indie multiplayer game. Because when you're an indie, the revenue that you get, minus any platform fees, is yours. It doesn't go to a publisher, so you are operating fundamentally at a higher degree of financial efficiency. So they don't need as many people to sustain themselves. And that's actually why concurrent player count is not the real story here. No.
It absolutely is the real story. If the game had a regular concurrent player count of 40,000, they wouldn't have done these layoffs. The reality is that the reason why they did it is because people stopped playing the game. Because the concurrent, well, you have to look at like what is their business model. Their business model is to effectively get people into the game and then sell copies of cosmetics through people being in the game and battle passes. So if you don't have, like, let's say you're trying to sell, you know, like popsicles, but nobody goes inside the shop. Well, how the fuck can you sell a popsicle if they don't even go inside the popsicle shop? You got a problem.
It isn't, because regardless of numbers
There's
at
no install
launch,
base,
Wildlife
exactly.
leadership will
You
have
can't
had
do it.
targets for daily average players and spending that they would have expected to retain. Player count dropping is very much expected.
Yes.
The problem is the trend line. Yes, in terms of player count.
To say it's expected, that's like saying that, like, you know, it goes down a little bit is the same as it goes down by 90%.
Perhaps far more so in the one thing that we don't have stupid, and that is the literal amount of money. Although I think we can say that the lack of incoming funds absolutely was their big problem. Now let me explain. The first season pass was actually free. There were minimal cosmetics to purchase, so the game launched in a fairly unmonetized state. That's fine and expected.
I would say the amount of money that they made, right? Because like you do the math, right? You said 1.54 million people played, and so you can immediately just rule out 90% of those people immediately that would not, you know, they would not spend any money in the game. And so, like, then you take over half of them because you got half of the people that played the game gave it a negative review, right? So then you cut that in half. So now you have 75,000 people. And then you probably look at maybe like 10% or 20% of those people that would actually be invested enough to buy cosmetics in this game. And so you're really looking at probably sales of about 10,000 to 20,000 customers. And, you know, each one is like maybe $200, or sorry, like $20. Like, you do the math on this, right? It's like $20 times 20,000, right? That's $400,000. That's nothing. That's nothing, bro. Like, really, think about, you made $400,000 on your release, and you've been working on this game for how long? Like, what's your burn rate? That probably doesn't even cover a week's worth of fucking rent. It's nothing. You do the math.
Your launch is big as...
And then also, like, make it 4 million. 4 million, it's still not enough.
Possible and gave people not really a lot to scrutinize.
It's
the
over.
Second season
It's
pass
dead.
was not free. It was paid. It went live on February 6th, and 6 days after it went live, the layoffs started. You see, Episode 2 and the paid Battle Pass were Wildlight's first real chance to make money. Player counts are only half the story.
Yes.
You can't pay your devs with a player count. You need money.
You can on average.
Now, maybe
you gotta look at
leadership's goals
averages,
were absurd,
conversion
expecting
rates.
players to show up at the rates of a AAA shooter. Maybe, though, they would have been happy with the Season 2 numbers in terms of players. But in a free-to-play game, player counts are only as good as the percentage of those people that actually convert into being payers.
Which, by the way, there is ample, extreme, and, like, just, like, think about this, right? Think about how much research has probably been done on conversion rates of users to payers inside of free-to-play ecosystems. Think about the billions of dollars that's been spent on this information. This is a defined entity.
In less scrupulous games, that's why they hook you in with dark monetization patterns right off the bat. And it's why those dark monetization patterns tend to be related to player power or significant in-game friction. We see that all over the mobile game space. And even with that, it is often said that it's over 30 days, 35 days to convert someone from a player to a payer. And that is in a mobile game using all of the dark patterns. Obviously, for a game like this...
That's like Genshin Impact at full power.
It isn't using those dark patterns. It's probably going to take longer. And that's why slashing your team to pieces only 6 days after most people have an opportunity to even spend money in your game shows that something's went really wrong. Now, obviously, that first free Battle Pass was an attempt to earn the good graces of gamers by delaying monetization, but it could have also meant that people had no buy-in to
Nobody cares about monetization. I'm gonna hit people with a reality. Nobody gives a shit. If the game is good, people will spend money on it. If the game is bad, they will not spend money on it. Trying to win over the very loud 3% of people that actually care about monetization. and will make decisions based off of it is stupid. You shouldn't make decisions based off of them. They are the vast minority. If they were not the vast minority, you wouldn't see every single developer making the same product.
With the game. And we certainly know that conversion of players to payers just didn't really happen at a meaningful scale, and it seems that they ran out of runway.
Yeah.
Now, runway is how much money a business has before it stops operating. You run out of runway and, you know, the plane crashes. Here's where it's interesting. As highlighted by GameFile, Highguard, like most games released right now, was funded in the post-pandemic boom. You see, back then, money was cheap, interest rates were pretty much zero, and that meant that it was fairly easy for anyone with a whole bunch of access to capital to just take a punt on a bunch of developers. Now, Tencent was one of the groups doing this, and you'll have seen many other mega groups as well, like, say, Next. Now, Tencent led the funding rounds for Wild Ones. It was cheap and easy to offer, and it's reported that they led the
I don't think that this is a smoking gun as much as other people think it is. The fact is that Tencent has their hand in so many cookie jars that I don't feel like this means a whole lot. I mean, they're invested into like thousands of companies, and they have like billions of dollars. Like, they're doing this with everything.
Rounds for Wildlife through their
Tencent's Grim Reaper? No, they're not. What are you talking about?
But what's important here is they don't actually own the studio, right? So this is still an independent studio in terms of its ownership structure, although, yes, some equity probably will have been given up. It's probably a situation like that. So Tencent then were seemingly one of the largest financial backers, but they don't have majority ownership of the company. That means they're not in control of the company. So at best, they're a minority shareholder, like they are with many other studios, like, say, Larian. Now, maybe Tencent...
that doesn't necessarily mean that they might not have certain privileges. Like, obviously, investment contracts and, you know, anything like this, like, they're always going to be at this level. It's going to be a bespoke agreement. So they could have different types of rights to refusal, veto power, etc. So I mean, like, this is all, I mean, nobody really knows what the actual deal is, right? So people are just making things up. Like the golden share, yeah, like Class A stock.
If the company succeeded, but obviously didn't. But that stuff is going on in 2022. Back in the team was 28 people and, quote, fully funded. 2026 is a different story.
Yeah.
Now, Tencent funded the team until launch. Seems like a pretty simple sentence, doesn't it? But there's actually a lot inside it. Because are they funding it to the intended launch of the game when it's in a perfect state and ready to go? Or is it that the development team received a certain amount of money and they've now just had to ship the game whenever the money is ran out?
Probably both. It's probably neither and both. And, like, it's a decision, like, most video games get released before developers feel comfortable with releasing them. Things like Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33 are the vast minority.
The thing, projects can be uncertain, things can be delayed, and quite often, if a game is failing at launch, it's often because it wasn't supposed to launch that way.
Yeah.
It's rather that the budget ran out, and they basically had to ship whatever the hell they had. Highguard shipped. The alternative was probably going bust and having
The
absolutely
term for this is called MVP, not most valuable player, minimum viable product.
nothing to show for it.
That's
And
the good
the
one.
rough
Oh,
position
wow.
that so many companies end up in. But of course, with the game being out, it would need to hit a certain revenue per month to actually pay the devs who are building it. They need to be bringing enough money in to actually start projecting their revenue, work out their cash flow, all the things that you need to do to support an ongoing live service. And those things
Well, any business, you have to have revenue projections, obviously.
Good. That meant leadership were faced with a choice. They could keep everyone on, or work for as long as money lasts. Maybe that could have been weeks. Who knows? Maybe they could have turned it around. The other option is to radically downsize the team, because in doing that,
Well, it's like in those zombie movies, right, where like they decide to like kill people or something like that before, you know, they run out of rations, so the remaining people can actually live. Like, there's a lot of examples of this, and like doing a culling, like doing some sort of culling function like Wildlight did is incredibly common inside of every type of business, and it would be common inside of survival, period, right? It's just very simple asset allocation turned into, you know, basically a business model.
whatever money they've
just
got
how it is.
and whatever money they bring in will go
That's
far,
life.
far longer. And obviously, they chose the latter. But that does have consequences. The studio may exist for longer, but a game performing layoffs this close to launch, yes, it hurts the devs who have got to keep delivering the game, but it also shakes the confidence of players who don't
It
want
does, because if your business model is built around people paying for your game and paying for cosmetics, everybody knows when a game goes end of service, all of your waifus descend into the void. You're never going to talk to her again. She's never going to do her emote for you again. It's not going to matter how much money you spent on copies of her character so she could do marginally more damage. She is gone, vanished, into the void, you know, reduced to atoms, and that's it. Your waifu is gone. Whenever, listen guys, whenever they shut down the Genshin Impact servers, you will never see your Hu Tao again. She's gone. Your Furina, into the void, never to be seen again.
to invest into something
That's how it
that's
is.
basically, obviously unstable. Now, evidently, there's some interest and projected revenue.
Sorry,
enough
boys.
to try and keep things going. It could be that they're not getting a lot of money. Maybe they think it's enough to keep on whatever team they've got. We just don't know yet because we don't have the hard numbers. But here's the thing. This is just one story, one example. It's an example of something that is going on absolutely everywhere in this industry. And a big reason is that the games market...
The big reason is because the games that people make are bad.
...is completely different now.
It's bad. They're bad.
Was whenever Highguard started development. Development of this game started in 2022. At launch, they had grown to about 100.
I feel like in 2022, you could have known what was going to happen. Like, anybody without the foresight of this, like, I mean, you really making $1 billion decisions and you can't see the
developers.
It's embarrassing.
Well, even in an era where smaller teams are being pitched as a solution to everything, well, that's not a lot of people for a live service game. Because to keep up pace with a live service game, you just do need a shitload of people.
You do. You need a ridiculous amount of people. And also, like, whenever you look at the 28 people, whenever they say they have 28 people, that doesn't mean 28 devs. You're going to have middle management, HR, coordination, logistics people, etc. So, like, with 28 people, you probably have at most 15 devs.
Wondered why live service games
Keep that in mind.
really slow to change in big, meaningful ways. It's essentially that reason. But unlike the AAA live services they'd be competing against, while there's no publisher for Highguard, there's no other revenue stream to pick up the slack, and in 2026, clearly no funding partner to step in and take a punt on them. The new normal is very simple then. If a bet made in the post-pandemic
Good
era
old-fashioned post-birth abortion
fails, the studio just dies. I mean, Highguard failing to sell passes and microtransactions already does basically mean that they're stuck. They can't really make more.
I don't think that the decision was made after, like, I mean, you don't make a big financial decision like that after 6 days. Now, there could have been a possibility where they had, like, their golden ticket option of, like, wow, what if we sell 1 million copies, then we won't have to do this? But that's like a, like, vanishingly small, like, 1% of 1%, like, pipe dream thing.
Money. all they can do is save money by cutting away their team and hoping they can make the line go up later. Now you may be thinking, surely this wouldn't be a problem if the launch of your game correlated with you getting money, such as by charging
If the launch of your video game correlates with you getting money, this will increase the profitability of your video game. That's true, Bellior. You're right about that. That's a good point. I agree with this.
For the game. You could look at Arc Raiders.
Yes.
That's a game that did.
And that was a correlation where the release of the game correlated with money. That's so true. And they made way more money.
Launched as a paid product.
Yes.
That would have helped with the upfront money. It would have helped with buy-in because, funnily enough, people who have bought a game are people who are willing to hand over money. They'll actually convert better into regular payers. As good as that
I mean, like, I think that's true, but there's, like, also the, like, opportunity cost of, like, you're getting... Okay, so you have a user base that has a higher probability of converting to sales, but you have a much smaller user base. So it's always... Like, you look at, like, Overwatch 2, for example. I think that's a great parallel. I think Overwatch 2 seems to be substantially less successful than Overwatch 1.
Sound. They didn't have other revenue streams. They didn't have the big publisher backing that, say, Arc Raiders had with Nexon.
I did.
And clearly, in terms of launch quality, they did not have what they would need to justify a price tag. So even if the price tag could have helped,
I'm gonna be honest, bro. This guy is playing against Stormtroopers. This is embarrassing, bro. Like, like that guy that he played against is a retard. Wow.
Get financial position, it wouldn't have worked.
That's crazy.
I think the big thing is, yes, he put a price tag in the game, and it launched.
Yeah, that's like the way I play.
Amazing product market fit. Boom. Arc Raiders. But if you launch with a price tag, and you haven't achieved
Arc Raiders had peanut, nothing else required. No, it's not because a burnt peanut isn't the reason why Arc Raiders is popular. If it was, then maybe him getting sponsored by Marathon is going to make Marathon popular, right, guys?
Market fit. You're just going to be immediately executed.
It's just not the way it works.
Now we see other games like, say, Spectre Divide, tried to come into the shooter space as a free play.
Yeah, Shroud's game, right?
And have not worked. We fundamentally haven't seen big sustained successes here. And in the previous video we did in Highguard, we talked about a bunch of other shooters, some of which are really, really good. And they came out, people were completely unaware. Now, when we take a look at the games that are more successful, like Marvel Rivals or Arena Breakout Infinite, slip title there, chaps. Well, those are succeeding off the backs of humongous investments at a scale designed to peel players away from whatever their game of choice is. Now, there are
It's also having the Marvel IP helps a lot too. Like, I mean, it does.
Titles like Supervive or Mecha Break that have got great reviews, but even their player counts are dwindling.
Well, Mecha Break doesn't have good reviews. It got a bunch of bad reviews because that shit they had at the beginning.
Like everything else about Highguard, there is no one solution to suggest here, more than a few. And as leadership cuts this team down, the real takeaway is that even compared to a decade ago, second chances do not exist. And it's all contributed to something
Cyberpunk, I think that second chances do exist. Cyberpunk, Lords of the Fallen. I mean, I guess maybe, am I just listing things based off survivorship bias? I think Bellior is generally correct, but I think that exceptions occur for, for exceptional products. Like, which is like, I mean, honestly, I'm just wasting time talking. Everybody knows
in
that.
the comments, something that I feel myself. Where the fuck's all this money going? Like, what is actually the deal?
It's obvious.
Why does the games industry look like this these days? And you know what? I think I have a few answers. And I have to say thanks to Highguard because it helped me get to them. Okay, I've got a fundamental belief about games in this space. I think they are played a bit more like sports. So a League of Legends player could be playing League for like 10 years. And it doesn't matter to them that there isn't a humongous, fundamentally crazy new amount of content or a new amazing campaign to get immersed in, because they're playing League like it's a sport. The same thing goes for Counter-Strike. Same thing went for Overwatch in some ways. It goes for other games like your Rainbow Six Sieges. Basically, those competitive, kind of default multiplayer team shooter games. What I think has happened is our industry has looked at those games being successful, and it's tried to fight for those players.
Every game wants to be the game that people just play no matter what. Big surprise. Usually that doesn't happen.
Right? So say Ubisoft trying to fight Call of Duty, trying to fight them for their own players. Now I understand doing that, and if you're a big AAA, you have all the money in the earth, maybe you can actually pull that off. But for everyone else, it does seem a bit silly. It's like, a whole bunch of people play this horror game called football. It can mean several things
I've
depending
heard
on where you
about
are in
that.
the world. But whatever. It's like seeing that and thinking, this is great market validation. that
Let's
people
make football too. You know the funny thing is, they did with video games. It's called Rocket League. What a great game too. Amazing game.
enjoy ball-based, team-based sports. Okay, we're going to design and launch one with a humongous team, and we're going to peel away
Think about it.
fans of football,
Football
to
too.
our new
Yeah,
game.
it's football
If I put
too.
it like that, it would seem absolutely preposterous, because these are games, but they're games that people play more like they're a sport, like they're that kind of default thing. So
Exactly.
I think the games industry has spent
The devs for Rocket League should do a real life Rocket League where they have somebody that's like a really well-known pro player go up against like a professional driver and make like a real life Rocket League stadium and then have people play off of it. That'd be nuts. Like, but the thing is that Red Bull could set up with like Jinxie. Like, oh my god, that'd be fucking funny.
That means voice mod crashed. Yep. I wasn't actually muted. It was just voice mod crashed, and then the because it's an extra input, and then the input disappears. Obviously. What was I saying? Why aren't you playing the crack game yet? I got your bags. They're waiting for you. 4 netherweave bags. 16 slots. I think. Damn it, I clicked the wrong button. Marvin can take care of it. I believe. Yeah, 16 slots. Oh god. Exactly. So what's 13 bucks? I'm so terrible. Bro, I just I went to pick up my mom from my sister's, and then we drove. We always, when we come back, we have to drive past the Belgian McDonald's. Quick. Obviously, we stopped. I feel so tired now, man. Like, I don't know what it is, but whenever I eat, like McDonald's or just fast food, and then a milkshake, I always am like, oh. I could easily sleep for an hour right now. Like, if I close my eyes, I'm gone, you know? I'm getting old. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally your body having to work so hard to process the fucking junk food, right? I know exactly why it is, right? But still. I love Warlock.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Great class. Find it. Sometimes I aura for him. I just put the dots on and then I stand there. And then they're just wailing on me and then they die. It's great. I made all my instant dots, they're also like, I just have the mouse over. Uh-oh. Beach pulled. I had to look at the chat. That's my replica that said that, my little bit. I was like, what? I've never spoken. What the fuck? Like, it just happened.
That's still recharging.
Really? Bitch. Fine, I'll just take your health. I pulled them all anyway. Fuck's sake. Who needs health? It's just more mana. Bro, you missed something last night. Exquisite. I torpedoed a U-boat. When playing U-boats, I torpedoed an aircraft carrier. I didn't do any damage to it, but I saw one finally, and I shot torpedoes at it. Right? Well, it was still 1939, so I didn't really, yeah, I wasn't very effective. Fucking garbage torpedoes. I didn't do jack shit. But it was cool. My signature move. What would that be? Oh, yeah. I really think that was... I think that was my saving grace. I think the fact that I was like in such shallow waters that they couldn't really throw depth. Actually, they did throw depth charges, right? We barely made it. Like if I was maybe 50 meters closer, that would have landed right on top of me. Yeah, I had like fucking 16 warships above me, and it was kind of ridiculous. I'm amazed we got out of there. It was absolutely crazy that we survived that mine laying mission. Bro, and then I lost my navigational at the end. I lost my navigational position. But I was, for some reason, bugged out, so I couldn't use the last two time things. And at 140 speed, it takes forever to get your navigation back, dude. I literally, like, I played a different game for an hour while I was, like, running to get the navigation back. Yeah, torpedo. It's just literally called torpedo calculations. Dude, I'm playing with darker nights though, so it's like super fucking dark. I had to turn up the gamma to even see the damn sheep. It's like 100 meters off my starboards. Actually, no, it was on the port side. It was on the left, not on the right. No, that wasn't my crewmate. That was the captain. That was me. I'm playing on chill mode, but I put in a mod that makes even chill mode like ridiculous. There are so many enemy ships. It's ridiculous, bro. Why did my Voidwalker just disappear? He was like right next to me. Whatever. Oh, and we picked up Metaphor Refantasio last night as well. We've yet to start playing it. I think I'm gonna do that soon. Either that or Clair Obscure. Yeah, calculating torpedoes is fucking... I don't understand how it works, man. I was trying it out a little bit yesterday, because the automatic thing takes forever.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this video, which is kindly sponsored by Squarespace.
Now I can, I'm gonna play you
both. I
both.
thought I'd give you an idea of how easy it is to edit a web page. So this one has been up for the USA tour for quite a while. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this month one of the two choices made by the wonderful folks over on Patreon was Naval Darwin Awards. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the concept, the Darwin Awards were started up a little while ago, and their basic concept is people who manage to either shuffle themselves off this mortal coil, or
yeah, but the problem as well is with the UBE, there's like 1,000 different ships. Finding the right one is sometimes
managed to depart this plane of existence.
Easier said than done.
By doing things that are incredibly stupid. Now, in order to convert that over to the naval version of things would be a little bit difficult on two grounds. One is that most of the people who make the really dumb decisions tend to be people back at home.
Ooh, look at this.
So they don't tend to face immediate fatal consequences. For example, you know, deploying the Mark 14 torpedo. An awful lot of sailors lost their lives as a result of it. None of them were the people responsible for designing the thing. And even when you're out at sea,
police.
Well, even then, a lot of the people who make the dumb decisions usually
not a bad name for a druid, I gotta admit.
For it. So rather than sticking with the exact definition of a Darwin Award as applies to naval things, I thought I'd go with the spirit of a naval Darwin Award, i.e. someone who manages to cause huge amounts of distress and trouble for their home nation by doing something absolutely incredibly dumb. So, in no particular order, first we're going to introduce you to Admiral Won Gyun. At least I think that's how it's pronounced. Now, most of you will probably have never heard of him before,
Korea.
but you will have heard of his much more famous contemporary, Admiral Lee. who has a much more complicated name that I'm not going to try pronouncing at this point, but, Admiral Yi of the Korean Navy. Now, what is Admiral Yi famous for? Well, he's famous for taking the turtle ships of the Korean Navy and managing to fight a series of actions against a much, much larger Japanese fleet and defeating them at pretty much all turns, despite, as I said, being horribly outnumbered. Now, the Japanese, realizing that this was something of a crimp in their plans to invade Korea, which was not exactly the first or the last time they'd attempted this particular maneuver, decided to use secret agents to instigate a plot to remove Admiral Yi. And in this, they were successful. And then the Korean government decided that they were going to put Admiral Won-gyung in charge of the Navy. Now, perhaps the fact that earlier on in the Japanese invasion, Admiral Won-gyung's most remarkable feat had been to scuttle most of his ships so they wouldn't be captured after failing to actually defeat a Japanese fleet, and then calling for Admiral Yi's help to help rescue his remaining ships. So, yeah, not necessarily the world's best naval commander already, and he then spent most of the remaining period as a general on land, where at least he couldn't scuttle his forces. But, well, he was now in command of the Korean Navy, and some of the rumours that the Japanese had used to trick the Koreans into relieving Admiral Yi, i.e. that the Japanese were going to invade and therefore the Koreans should definitely sail out and attack various islands and so forth before the Japanese fleet could get to them, well, to his credit, Admiral Won-gyung did actually understand that, this was not really something he should be doing either. But unlike Admiral Yi, who had basically dug his heels in and refused to go after the obvious bait, Admiral Won-gyung eventually ended up going for said bait with his relatively small Korean fleet, came across a much larger Japanese fleet, just as the Japanese had intended, and then instead of doing the relatively smart thing of, pulling back from the obvious trap, he decided to engage them. That went back and forth for a bit. It was a little bit indecisive, but the Japanese won the battle overall, at which point Admiral Won-gyung retreated back into a strait. Now, retreating back into a strait where you could constrain the numbers of Japanese ships was a tactic that Admiral Yi had used on several occasions, to great success. However, Admiral Yi had, one, not demoralized and, completely trashed his fleet by engaging the Japanese in open waters first, and secondly, Admiral Yi knew that in any situation, if you sat there for long enough, the enemy would figure out what you were doing, and once they figured out what you were doing, they would come up with some kind of countermeasure to you, and therefore, when he encountered the Japanese fleet in pre-prepared situations that he'd set up, he hit them hard, he hit them fast, and he won. Whereas Admiral Won-gyung basically had read the Cliff Notes version of Admiral Yi's tactics, took his remaining
I can't even see that shit.
Sat there and refused to do anything.
Lol, I
He didn't actually see anyone. He just retreated back into his cabin and waited for the Japanese to show up. The Japanese fleet duly showed up, went, this is interesting. I wonder if we have some time to do some reconnaissance. Found they had all the time in the world, did plenty of reconnaissance, landed troops, planned everything to a T, and then swept down and destroyed pretty much the entirety of the Korean fleet. In a rare instance of actually this being a full-on naval Darwin Award, Admiral Won-gyung made it ashore but then decided to just wait for the Japanese to kill him, which they did. This battle was pretty much one of the main catalysts for the legend of Admiral Yi. Not that he wasn't already legendary up till this point, but that he then had to be recalled, as the only remaining decent admiral that the Koreans could think of, and he had to start not even over again compared to where he'd started before. He had to start basically from scratch, but still managed to beat the Japanese fleet. So Admiral Yi became much, much more famous, but thanks to Admiral Won-gyung's
it's all T2s.
incompetence in large
Fuck's
part.
sake.
Next, we introduce you to Admiral Plumridge of the Crimean War. And as the name might suggest, he was part of the Royal Navy. Now, to set the scene, at the beginning of the Crimean War, the government wrote to the Admiralty as follows. It is Her Majesty's anxious desire that the interests of humanity should be regarded in the war upon which Great Britain has now entered to the fullest extent which its operations will admit, and I am to request your lordships to give positive orders to Sir Charles Napier to respect private property wherever it can be spared without a sacrifice of the objects of war, and on no account to attack defenceless places and open towns. Somehow this message does not appear to have been passed down to Rear Admiral James Hanway Plumridge, who had been put in command of a squadron of steam-powered vessels and had been ordered to reconnoitre the Åland Islands and blockade the area in that vicinity. Now, for those of you who are familiar with the geography of Northern Europe, you'll realise the Åland Islands are now part of Finland, and indeed at the time they were also part of Finland. It's just that at the time Finland was not an independent country. They were the Grand Duchy of Finland and connected obviously to Russia, who had taken them over some time earlier. Nonetheless, to say that the Finns were not exactly the world's greatest fans of the Russians would be putting it mildly. And thus it comes as something of a surprise to those who have, some form of level-headedness that Plumridge decided the single best way of, dealing with the situation was to launch a series of almost Viking-style attacks on various Finnish ports and settlements. If he saw a vessel at sea, then he just seized it, regardless of the fact that most of the vessels were private vessels owned by the local farmers and traders, not Russian commercial or war vessels. And he started to burn tens of thousands of barrels of pitch and tar, burning also huge stocks of seasoned timbers, masts, spars, planks, sails, ropes, and other forms of naval stores. Now you might think, well, surely he's depriving the Russian Navy of lots of valuable equipment, so surely this is good. No. You see, as I said, the Finns were not the world's greatest fans of the Russians, and whilst Russia and Britain were at war, and as I said, Finland was technically part of Russia, pretty much all of the material that Plumridge destroyed was material that was bound for Britain. In a lot of cases, it had already been paid for by British merchants who were bringing in to supply the Royal Navy, and was being stored in warehouses until the fog and the ice could clear a little bit better to allow trading to be done a little bit more safely. So what Plumridge was actually doing was shooting up the homes of British allies, burning supplies that were destined for the Royal Navy, and not only that, but also burning supplies that had in large part already been paid for by the Royal Navy. To the point that a number of British
God, I should really use these, but
applying for compensation.
I haven't had anyone freak out yet, so I don't know if they're cowards or not.
Burn stuff that is ours, and we're a British firm. We're not on the other side of this war. What the heck are you doing? Not to mention there was quite an understandable upsurge in anti-British sentiment from the formerly largely friendly Finnish community. So all in all, Admiral Plumridge managed to cause huge financial loss in Britain, huge amounts of embarrassment for the government, huge amounts of financial and material loss for the Admiralty, and turn at what was formerly a vaguely neutral, if not friendly, coastline into a hostile one. Yeah, not exactly the world's smartest cookie, really. Next, we travel a little bit south and a bit further forward in time to February 1940. Where the first German destroyer flotilla, a total of 6 destroyers, set out to intercept and destroy British shipping as best they could. The night was somewhat foggy, gave them plenty of visual cover, so it seemed like it'd be a fairly simple operation. They were told that there would be Luftwaffe aerial reconnaissance to cover their departure and return to make sure they weren't ambushed when they were least expecting it, and they were also given a signal that bomber forces would also be at readiness. They weren't entirely sure what that meant, considering it was going to be a night operation, and, well, let's just say day bombing operations by both sides hadn't had the world's highest level of accuracy at this point, so quite what a night bomber strike would do to moving ships stuck in fog banks was, well, questionable at best, but if anything was to be gleaned from the signal, they took it to mean that there would be a bunch of bomber squadrons who would be happy to chance their luck should they call for help. and of course they didn't think they were going to need to. Meanwhile, over on the Luftwaffe side, had been planning an anti-shipping strike mission for a little while, but it had been delayed, and this night they decided, well, it's now time to launch our mission. Somewhere in the cross lines of communication between Göring's division of the German Armed Forces and Raiders, the signals got a little bit mixed and a little bit lost, such that the Luftwaffe forces were not informed at all that the Kriegsmarine was out there, and the Kriegsmarine, as we've just seen, was not told that Luftwaffe bomber forces would actually be out there doing their own thing. And so, in the evening, aboard the destroyer Friedrich Eckholt, they heard an aircraft overhead. Well, this was a little bit odd, but, you know, it might be a random reconnaissance plane that's got slightly lost, so they tried to see if it had Luftwaffe markings. But the aircraft, despite obviously seeing them, had made no effort to actually identify itself. Then a few destroyers, concluding that if it wasn't going to identify itself, it must be hostile, fired a few shots at it. The plane returned fire with one of its machine guns, and so both sides concluded that clearly the other side was a hostile. The plane looped back round, and as it did so, one of the lookouts, or one of the destroyers, saw German symbols on the side and said, "Hey, no, this is actually one of our bombers." But everybody else was a little bit hyped up by having been shot at and thought maybe he was the one who made the mistake. And of course, aboard Friedrich Eckholt, Commander Fritz Berger was convinced that, well, if Luftwaffe bombers were going to be operating in the same area as his destroyers, surely he would have been told. So it had to be a hostile aircraft. This was only reinforced when, a few minutes later, the destroyer Lebrecht Mars radioed that, well, that plane was back again, dropping out of the clouds, and just as she was making that report, there was a rather loud couple of explosions. The aircraft had just dropped a couple of bombs and had hit Lebrecht Mars amidships. The destroyer promptly began to sink. The other German destroyers promptly closed in on their stricken colleague and began lowering
I just
boats
killed my guys.
to rescue the survivors, at which point somebody on one of the ships decided they could hear submarines on their hydrophones, which sent everybody into something of a panic. The destroyer Theodor Redl immediately launched depth charges, but forgot that, you know, when you're launching depth charges, you have to be moving relatively quickly. Bear in mind they had slowed down to try and pick up survivors, and so instead of destroying any notional submarines, the main accomplishment of the depth charges was to break the Theodor Redl's rudder, leaving it slowed and steaming around in circles.
That was kind of dumb.
Of course, the sound of depth charges being launched, followed by a rather large plume of water at Theodor Redl's stern, convinced everybody that yes, indeed, there must be submarines in the area. Now, obviously, the Theodor Redl had dropped depth charges on the sub, and the sub had responded with a torpedo. So everybody else started sailing around, dropping depth charges, and in the waters, in the confusion caused by the darkness, the water plumes thrown up by the various bow waves convinced everybody that they were spotting periscopes and torpedo wakes, when in fact what they were seeing was just the bow and stern wakes of other destroyers who were equally thinking that they could see incoming submarines. Somebody said, "Oh, I've spotted a conning tower." One of the destroyers that was a bit close decided, right, I will ram it, and then at the very last minute noticed that what they'd actually spotted was the bow section of the Lebrecht Mars, which was in the process of sinking. Meanwhile, back on Friedrich Eckholt, they were incredibly confused because they were running in the opposite direction from the Lebrecht Mars and appeared to have just come across the Lebrecht Mars, which confused everybody very greatly because, you know, they're not that quick at circumnavigating the planet. It turned out that this other sinking destroyer was in fact the Max Schulz, which had been hit by something. No one knew quite what at the time. It was probably a mine, and was also in the process of sinking. Now thoroughly convinced
Stupid
they were
mistake.
in the middle of a British wolf pack of submarines, the destroyers all made haste back home, unfortunately leaving a huge number of survivors in the water, and as it turned out that there would only be 60 survivors from Lebrecht Mars and nobody who survived from the Max Schulz. All of this confusion and loss caused by a single Heinkel 111 that had gone lost from the Luftwaffe patrols. And the British had been nowhere in sight. In fact, the British had no idea that anything had happened until quite some time later. Going back across the channel to the UK and travelling back in time, we go to the voyage of Anson. Now, he would become quite famous. Obviously, HMS Anson, the King George V class battleship of World War II fame, was named after him, and generally Anson's voyages remembered as quite a remarkable success. After all, he did manage to circumnavigate the world, which was pretty rare in those days. He managed to survive said circumnavigation, which was even rarer, and he came back with an absolute fortune in silver, having captured the Spanish Manila galleon, all of which is true. However, he started off with 6 warships and 2 merchant ships, and finished the voyage with 1 warship, which had a grand total amalgamated crew of 188. Given that the mission had set out with almost 2,000 men, that would have represented about a 90% casualty rate if it wasn't for the fact that about 300 others had survived on 3 ships that had turned back much earlier in the voyage. Now, the funny thing is that the vast majority of those losses were not down to enemy action or even the weather. They were down purely to the incompetence of the Admiralty at the time. They'd struggled to find enough men to crew Anson's squadron in the first place, and when their initial crewing efforts had failed, they decided that the Marine complement would be made up of 500 men, and this would be supplied by the Chelsea pensioners. And if the clue wasn't already in the name, yes, the Chelsea pensioners, the inhabitants of the Chelsea Hospital in London, which existed at the time, were a bunch of overaged ex-Marines and other sailors who had ended up there because they'd been invalided out of service so badly they couldn't reasonably be expected to support themselves in day-to-day life in the London of the 1700s. Once they found out what was going on, bearing in mind this bunch of crippled old age pensioners was being asked to march from London to Portsmouth, anyone who had any form of mobility really at all decided to desert, so only about 250 of the original 500 actually arrived. The level of corruption in the supply department of the Admiralty was so bad that basically all the food that had been provided to the squadron was rotten by the time they got to the South Atlantic, and thus, as you might expect, scurvy took place aboard the ships in massive amounts, and of course with scurvy's weakening of everybody's immune systems, all sorts of other horrific diseases began to break out as well. In fact, the entire voyage basically reads as practically everybody got sick. There were about a dozen men left aboard who could actually sail the ship, and we were probably all going to die until we managed to find somewhere where we could fortunately go ashore, eat some fruit and vegetables and other fresh foods that, weren't horrifically rotten and mouldy, which mysteriously, magically, made most people better, except for the ones that were too far gone, and then we stocked up and sailed off, and then the same thing happened again and again and again as ships and men began to die. Oh, and on top of it, just in case scurvy did break out, the Admiralty had been persuaded to equip the ships with a last-ditch remedy by one Dr. Ward in pill form, which was supposed to stave off the worst effects of scurvy, but appears to have been a cross between poison and a diuretic, which, as you might imagine, made things actively worse. So essentially, the main highlight of Anson's voyage was the miracle that anybody made it back at all, considering that the Admiralty had done the next best thing to actively sabotaging the voyage from the moment it set out. Now, the next one is a little bit...
I forgot to buy fuel.
Because there are multiple versions of exactly what happened and why that are available. So let's introduce our main character, Jean II, Comte d'Estrier, which is Jean, the Count of d'Estrier, wherever that happens to be. Anyway, he is a Frenchman, if the name hadn't given it away. And up until this point, he was actually a relatively successful naval commander. Partly because, well, as a fairly high-ranking aristocrat, he managed to get a lot of fairly plum assignments. He had some fairly powerful patrons up in the French court. But for all that, as I said, he seemed to do relatively well for himself. In the Franco-Dutch War, he managed to fight either as part of or in charge of a number of French fleets that did relatively well for themselves, and then he also managed to capture 3 Dutch islands and destroy a Dutch fleet in the Caribbean. Then we come to the main event, the attack on Curaçao. Unfortunately, it would turn out to be something of a damp squib. According to D'Estrier himself, when he submitted his report, which shockingly enough exonerated himself completely, the pilots that he hired for his fleet were completely incompetent, were unable to agree where they were, and therefore the fleet had
Forgot
no
to
idea where
upgrade
they
these
were.
guys.
And again, according to him, he sent 3 privateers ahead of his fleet just in case. The pilots magically somehow developed an inability to steer the ships, but the privateers, being lighter draft ships than full-on warships, had gone straight over a reef without noticing it, and then the rest of the fleet ran onto it.
Bro,
The
after
captain of
20 to 50
D'Estrier's
kilometers,
flagship,
that's gonna be
Keebler,
rough.
however, had something of a different version of events to tell. According to him, D'Estrier basically didn't pay any attention to any subordinates at all, and fancied himself something of a navigator, dismissing the pilots as incompetent and not knowing what they were doing, which is one of the very, very few things that both D'Estrier's account and his captain's account actually agree on. But he apparently, again according to the captain's report, decided that the best way of approaching Curaçao and navigating in general was to follow a latitude and use his own personal dead reckoning to work out how far along that latitude they'd gone, and when they'd gone far enough as far as he was concerned, he would just turn the fleet south and hopefully arrive at Curaçao. In theory, if you were travelling short distances with coasts in sight, this was a perfectly logical way of doing things, if somewhat dated, and might, if true, explain why he hadn't had any problems fighting in the English Channel and the North Sea. In this case, however, the fleet turned and ran headlong into a massive reef that claimed 12 French warships, the entire fleet that he'd gone out with, including 7 whole ships of the line, and pretty much all they could do was hope that the privateers that were with them could remove some of the crew safely. Now, the captain's report did mention that one of the privateers did fire a signal gun, basically saying, oh, look out, there's a reef ahead, but according to him, D'Estrier basically didn't pay any attention to that either. There was a rather interesting footnote to all of this, which was that another French fleet sent out with some...
Look at this identification book, right? I'm just gonna use my auto clicker, okay?
Shot from the wrecked ships. They were stuck on reefs, and therefore it wasn't exactly a deep dive going to cover all of the equipment. But if the captain's version is true, then D'Estrier, the navigator, would quite easily win a Naval Darwin Award. Of course,
I'm still not. Now I'm around.
Now, we have already talked at length about Mark.
Like, good fucking luck finding what the fuck you need. You know what I mean?
Extensive reference in a number of other videos. So
that's like 1,000 ships, dude.
Another big torpedo scandal of World War II that is perhaps somewhat less known. And well, the villain of this particular piece is Oscar Wehr, who was in charge of the development of German torpedoes. Now, another incident that most people have heard of is the sinking of the battleship Royal Oak in Scapa Flow. I, obviously, for reasons that most of you know, am very aware of that particular incident. But what people are perhaps not always so familiar with when it comes to that particular attack is that U-47 was somewhat lucky to make the strikes that she did. Not in terms of whether or not there was any significant level of skill involved in getting into Scapa Flow, there certainly was, but, well, initially, U-47 fired quite a lot of torpedoes at Royal Oak, and did nothing. Basically, all that he'd managed to do was bounce one off of the anchor chain. He then had to go back, reload, and fire another bunch of torpedoes at Royal Oak, and it would be these that eventually sent the ship to the bottom. Now, why had he had to fire so many of his torpedoes?
Because the torpedoes are shit.
That had no idea he was there and indeed was completely stationary. Well, this wasn't the first time U-boats had problems with their torpedoes in the first year of the war. Less than 2 weeks into the war, U-39 had managed to penetrate the destroyer screen around the aircraft carrier HMS Royal Oak, and had fired 2 torpedoes from under 1,000 yards away. But instead of slamming home, both torpedoes detonated about 100 yards away from the carrier. Everyone turned around and went, oh look, there's a bubble trail leading right back to a point in the ocean. The destroyers immediately turned around, depth charged the U-39, forced it to the surface, and took the crew prisoner. Less than a week later, U-27 basically had the same thing happen to it, when it fired a bunch of torpedoes, and they also prematurely detonated, and everybody swore.
It's the magnetic pistols, man. They're shit. Even the impact pistols are rough, but the magnetic ones, they have a habit of, like, when the thing arms itself, it just blows up. The fuck, right?
That. Then, of course, you had U-47's attack in Scapa Flow, and 2 weeks after that, U-56 had an even better opportunity when it got the drop on HMS Nelson. They fired 3 torpedoes, dived to wait for the inevitable explosions, because again, point-blank range, and were rewarded with 2 loud clangs as 2 torpedoes did in fact hit HMS Nelson and just smashed into the side and then sank in bits to the ocean floor. And the reports just kept coming in. 2 submarines between them fired no less than 11 torpedoes in the space of 2 days, every single one of which failed to function. And as covered in the video that I did on the Battle of Narvik, well, the 3 battles of Narvik, a number of German U-boats took pot shots at HMS Warspite, and none of their torpedoes worked either. And then as part of the Norway campaign, U-47 found itself in a fjord with a cruiser and 3 troop ships, all loaded with troops. Prien loaded his 4 forward torpedo tubes, fired off 4 torpedoes. Nothing happened. He went down, he inspected 4 new torpedoes personally, loaded them up, fired them all off. Nothing happened, and then a few minutes later the side of the fjord got a small impact from a torpedo which did in fact explode. Well, let's just say nobody was very happy with this, and Admiral Dönitz, who was of course in charge of the submarine divisions, decided to look into it. And he discovered that Oscar Wehr, the head of the Torpedo Developments Division, had not actually ever tested the percussion fuse that was fitted to German torpedoes. It had been invented in 1928 and had literally never been tested since. Nor had he tested the magnetic fuse in anything other than the Baltic. And as those of you who have seen the Mark 14 video will know, there were quite a few issues with early war magnetic detonators, not least of which was the fact that they, in most cases, failed to account for the fact that the Earth's magnetic field varies in intensity. So if you calibrate a magnetic detonator to work only in the magnetic patterns of the southern Baltic, and then you start firing them in the higher areas of the North Sea or the southern areas of the Arctic Ocean, where the Earth's magnetic field influence is considerably stronger, you get a bunch of premature detonations. Also, in shades of what was happening with the Mark 14, when they subsequently did actually test the torpedoes, they found that most of them ran about 10 foot deeper than they were supposed to, a problem which also plagued the German surface units and had been something of a thorn in the side of the German destroyers in the Second Battle of Narvik. Now, the flip side to that was that it didn't take the Germans anywhere near as long as it took the Bureau of Ordnance to admit that there was a problem and correct it once they were aware of it. But still, as that short and incomplete listing of all the different targets that were engaged in the early part of the war might show, the German U-boats could have had a much, much higher, much more significant kill count than they historically did. And finally, we travel back to ancient times for the wonderful Battle of Drepana, or Drepanum, depending on which source you read. Now, this was during one of the several Punic Wars against the Carthaginians, waged by the Roman state. And, well, it started off with somebody deciding that Publius Claudius Pulcher, who was one of the 2 consuls for that year, would make an excellent leader for the Roman fleet. because he was a politician who'd managed to get elected and had some experience fighting on land. Yeah, but this was probably the first mistake, but possibly, you might argue, not necessarily the worst mistake, because, well, at this point the Romans were using the Corvus, and they were treating sea battles as pretty much land battles with an additional chance of drowning, so perhaps Claudius Pulcher's little experience fighting on land might have some relevance. Unfortunately, Claudius Pulcher appears to have decided that it was literally a land battle, and thus he positioned himself and his flagship at the rear of the Roman fleet, which had become somewhat disordered as it tried to sail through the night, basically to do what a land commander would do, which is hustle along those who were falling behind. And with the Roman fleet somewhat strung out from its nighttime inability to keep formation, it meant that the forwardmost elements of the Roman fleet were several miles ahead of the rearmost and could not really receive any orders from the rear of the fleet, considering that at this stage in history, orders had to be relayed by literally people shouting at each other, since the flag signal system that we see in the Age of Sail had yet to be invented. The Carthaginian fleet was happily harbouring at Drepana and saw the Romans coming. They were ready for sea, but there was a chance that they were going to be closed in, so they rapidly began to sail out. Now, according to some accounts, the traditional omen taking with sacred chickens was done, and they didn't eat, which was seen as a sign of disaster, and Pulcher just decided they should be chucked overboard. So if you've ever heard about a Roman admiral who decided the sacred chickens...
See, why does that never work for me?
They weren't telling him what they wanted. This battle is the origin of that, if that account is actually true. There is some dispute as to whether or not that bit actually happened, but what happened next certainly was true. With Pulcher all the way at the back of the fleet, the first elements of the Roman fleet, who had been under orders from the previous day that, you know, we're going to sail into the harbour and attack the Carthaginians, continued into the harbour to attack the Carthaginians. Unfortunately, the harbour had a fairly narrow entrance, and the Carthaginians had all left. But, well, the Romans were going to say, orders are orders, off we go. Pulcher, by this point, to his credit, had actually noticed what was going on and tried to send a faster vessel ahead to tell the leading elements of his fleet, no, don't go in there, we have a battle to fight over here. Which resulted in some of the leading elements of the fleet hearing the message and other elements not hearing the message after the delay that the fast ship took getting from the back of the fleet to the front of the fleet, which now meant in the tight confines of the entrance of the harbour, some elements of the Roman fleet were turning around and trying to go back the other way. Other elements were continuing on into the now pretty much empty harbour, and then the middle part of the Roman formation, which the speeding messenger ship has apparently not bothered to tell anything to, started to enter as well, and everybody was soon yelling at each other, no, the consul says we need to go back out to sea, and others were saying, well, no one's told us that, so we're going back in, at which point the lead and middle elements of the Roman fleet began to run into each other and strip themselves of their own oars, and generally cause a massive logjam, at which point the Carthaginians just sat outside and, well, in the spirit of Sun Tzu, who had actually died about 200 years earlier, but to be fair, they probably never ever heard of, they decided not to interrupt the enemy while they were making a mistake and watch the Romans dogpile themselves into oblivion. As the Roman fleet began to finally sort itself out, the Carthaginians launched an attack from seaward, which left the Romans in a bit of a difficult position because the Carthaginian ships were the better sailors, and the now bunched up Romans faced a...
It's all mechanical.
If a Carthaginian ship got into trouble, it could simply back its...
Bro, I have this destroyer game. It's basically a U-boat, but then instead of a U-boat, you play the destroyer. Holy shit, dude! The fucking for the depth charges, I don't understand at all. Like, it's fucking weird.
Couldn't reverse because reversing would mean smashing into the shoreline. And with, as said, the Carthaginians being better sailors and having somewhat more handy and swift
Why is no one maintaining the damn torpedoes?
To just pick off elements of the Roman fleet that were at the edges of the gradually shrinking Roman formation. Now, to be fair to the Roman fleet, the fact that they were stuffed full of legionaries meant that they were actually very difficult to deal with in a boarding action, hence why the gradually increasing.
You should give him 13 bucks so he can sub the WoW already.
Pick off and mob ships at the edge of the formation, or just rely on ramming rather than straight up boarding. But as more and more Roman ships fell, the numbers began to be stacked more and more against the Romans, and sooner or later Roman morale collapsed, the fleet broke up, and the remaining ships were mostly run down and captured. Pulcher managed to escape with 30 ships, but at least 93 Roman vessels were lost.
They're also like way bigger than you would think, right? How'd they
lost.
even get them in there? There's like, this guy was stopped on here. Like, how'd you cram that giant thing through that small ass fucking hole? Right? The fuck? This is gonna be a rough. I'm gonna miss. No, we're gonna hit it. But are we gonna bounce off? Nope. Both hits. Oh yeah, it's gone. Like I was showing Exquisite, I don't think he saw. I was showing him how many yeah, I know, right? Well, I don't even want to imagine how many ships the UBE has. So when I have to like identify a ship, it's nearly impossible. Like watch this, watch. Okay, so I'm starting at freighter, right? Accommodation ship freighter. I'm just gonna go to the side, right? As you go to the side, I'm gonna use my auto clicker. That's like 1,000 fucking ships, bro. You want me to fucking figure out which one's what? How? Right? The fuck? I don't fucking know, right? It's kind of ridiculous.
Alarm beenden.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't mind learning how to get the firing solutions, but oh, that's probably the word you were looking for, Exquisite. Torpedo solution. But it's a calculation, same thing, right? Torpedo calculation, torpedo solution. It's a pseudonym. Well, they misidentified a lot as well, so...
This channel is part of the History Hit network.
In June 1944, American forces began a decisive phase of their advance across the Central Pacific towards the Japanese homeland. Invasion of the Mariana Islands was considered critical for success. There, as elsewhere in the vast Pacific Ocean, aircraft carriers would...
By the way, you see the Star Trek Voyager game came out? It's $31 though. I'm not sure I want to spend $31 on it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I don't. Right? It's a little expensive. What the fuck just happened? Oh, was that the ship blowing up? The ship is sinking. Took a while. I love the way the ships sync with this mod. It looks cool. I mean, it's mostly positive. And it's OG Trek, OG Trek, Star Trek. No, I said Strick.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 355 Grad.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean your boat. I ain't making no money, and I ain't getting it back either. Next month is my last month. Meow. Meow. I gotta rename myself first, right? To Abdullah Mohammed Ahmed Jihad to get those sweet, sweet benefits.
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 350 Grad. Schornsteinrauch. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 130 Grad. Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 250 Grad. Herr Kaloin. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Fuck, I hate... I fucked up badly.
Horchraum besetzen.
Double the ship? What? When did I buy this game? The fuck? Yeah. But he was still on the radio. That's why I moved him over to the listening room. I was just waiting. You guys see Task Force Admiral? That looks cool. It's in alpha right now, basically, like early access. There's not that much available yet, but what is available looks really nice.
Rohr 3 bewässern. Rohr 4 bewässern.
Rohr 3 bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Rohr 1 geladen. Rohr 2 geladen. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 90 Grad. Torpedorohr 3
Wait, it
gewartet.
came back?
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Hello?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
The hell was that doing, dude?
Gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Alarm beendet.
I don't know, there's something about old school carriers that I really like, you know? Like the naval combat game is actually on sale right now, but 20% off, which means it's still 40 bucks. Like, what the fuck?
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 350 Grad.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Dude, I need to sink
Gewartet.
trade ships.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
At least they ain't seeing me, which is good.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
For still being EA? I haven't played that in a couple of years. Or lol. Yeah, GG.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 285 Grad.
Somewhat understandable, no? Lol. Yeah. I mean, I get it.
Would be the key to victory.
Most of the air-to-air action that I had was all built around the Marianas and the First Battle of the Philippine Sea. That was the most intense. That was an active part of the war. Unfortunately, we had the opportunity to be there at that time. A lot of shoot-downs, a lot of changing of the tide of relative strengths between the enemy and ourselves.
The Marianas were a 425-mile-long chain of 15 islands, stretching from Farallon
seen and bought
to Guam in the south.
I'm playing a Warlock right now. Well, not right now, specifically, but right now. Yeah, I saw that as well. Crazy prices for such an old game.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
What the fuck? Kingwin's selling gold now for WoW? The hell? That's retarded.
Just over 300 miles to the north lay Japanese bases on Iwo Jima and 250 miles south in the Caroline Islands. Apart from Guam, nearby Saipan and Tinian had operational airfields with emergency landing strips as well. All three would be prime targets. Capture of the Marshall Islands, 1,000 miles east of the Marianas in February and March 1944, provided anchorages from which to mount the assault. Including beach landing craft, 535 warships and auxiliary vessels would take part in the operation, codenamed Forager, which involved transporting 127,571 troops, was scheduled for the 15th of June. Admiral Chester A. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief Pacific, would exercise overall command. But direct control of all Operation Forager forces devolved on Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. Under Spruance, Vice Admiral Mark A. Mitcher led the 1st Carrier Task Force 58, which provided air cover for the Joint Expeditionary Force of Marine and Army units destined to carry out the invasion. Mitcher's Task Force 58 comprised 4 independent carrier task groups, known as Task Groups 58, 1, 2, 3, and 4, protected by escorting cruisers and destroyers. In all, the 14 aircraft...
Hello, Aliana, what's up? The Foxhole released Airborne now as well, by the way, like a week or two ago.
Aircraft carriers would deploy 896 bombers and fighters. By the 8th of June, the Joint Expeditionary Force had concentrated in the Marshalls with its own close escort of warships. The troops bound for Saipan left on the 9th of June, those for Guam on the 12th. As the final plans were drawn up, critical aerial reconnaissance was carried out by long-range aircraft based in American-occupied New Guinea, the Marshall, Admiralty, and Solomon Islands. On the 18th of April, as naval liberators photographed Saipan and Guam, escorting B-24 bombers attacked military targets. From the 26th of April until the eve of the operation, regular photographic reconnaissance flights were mounted from the Marshalls.
The B-24 bomber, the Liberator, is best known for its cooperation with the B-17 Flying Fortress in the strategic bombing campaign against Germany. But in the Pacific, stripped of all its armament and its bombing capability and given extra fuel, it became a photo reconnaissance aircraft with a range of 2,000 miles, which is
2,000 miles. I don't know why, but it sounds like that.
At a speed of 300 miles per hour and capable of a ceiling of 30,000 feet. It therefore was invaluable.
What's up, Pi? It is, yeah.
From
it's pretty decent.
Being captured from the Japanese, like the Solomon Islands and the Marianas, who could cover a vast distance, and it was invaluable to Admiral Spruance's Fifth Fleet.
History Hit is a streaming platform that is just for history fans, with fantastic documentaries covering fascinating figures and moments in history from all over the world. From the Battle of Trafalgar and the Revolutionary era, right through to the Second World War. If you are looking for your next military history feast,
yeah, we've been doing a couple of campaigns. I've been playing this Caribbean Legend for the ye olde each, so to speak. And World of Warcraft, obviously. That doesn't really count.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Oh. We've been doing good though. It's only 1940. Sank the Royal Oak, got the Enigma back, did all of the mine laying. I'm trying to find some fucking traders, but it's all warships right now. It's very annoying.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Melde mich zum Dienst.
Yeah, well, I have to find the trade ships first. It's been nothing but warships the last couple of outings.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 115 Grad. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
It's quite annoying, actually.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Kondensstreifen. Peilung 110 Grad. Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
2 extra meters.
Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug. Peilung 100 Grad. Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist. Torpedorohr 3, gewartet. Alarm beenden. Torpedorohr 5, gewartet. Eine weitere Unternehmung erfolgreich abgeschlossen. Machen wir weiter so.
Most of the time, yeah. And if I don't, I can just read it here, right?
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Anblasen. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
I'm in the English channel. The depth is 12 meters.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Funktelegramm gesendet. Torpedorohr 5
Like I don't even need to sign that. I placed a ton of mines here, here, and here, I think. Somewhere. All of this is super shallow. Pretty much all of it.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 345 Grad.
The question is, are we following it or is it coming our way?
Funktelegramm gesendet.
I can't tell. That's a lot of ships. A couple of these might be trades. Yeah. Well, I had a patrol area right here. Okay, it was just the... Is fake! it's just the game bugging. Again with the... Why is it always warships, bro? Annoying.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Alarm beenden. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotor.
Anblasen.
Schornsteinrauch, Peilung 195 Grad. Schornsteinrauch, Peilung 45 Grad.
Closing in.
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht! Peilung 30 Grad! Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
All right. Tell me which ship it is, Exquisite. Say stop when you see it. Oh, that was one rotation right there. Bruh. Yeah, it's a G class. The game immediately recognizes the ship because I ain't leafing through all this shit, dude. Like that was literally, I did one rotation of the book, one. There's like 1,000 ships in there. I'm not even gonna bother. Right? Fuck that. That is entirely too many ships for me to try and identify.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2
Alarm
gewartet.
beenden.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Bestätige.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Horchraum besetzen.
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht! Peilung 40 Grad! Wir schaffen das!
Great.
endlich gefechtsbereit. Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Oof.
Zielposition erreicht.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik, wir machen das schon.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes
Why am I not seeing anything? Like literally nothing. Come on.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Oof, that's a fucking battleship. I'm not even know. Also, this doesn't, it never works for me, right? So I...
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere
What does
Position
gewartet mean? Because I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean maintained, does it? Like, what's the... Oh, toch onderhouden. I wonder where it comes from. See, now what? Nothing happened. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung.
It's the hood! Holy shit, it's the hood! What the fuck?
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit. Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
Wow, why is it? It's not. Look at this shit. This is fucking terrible. I don't understand, man. Like, this is higher and I'm not even fucking trying to fucking get a solution on it. There is no admiral class. Actually, is there a battle cruiser? Because the Hood's a cruiser,
Wir wissen, wie es
technically.
geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Okay. Oh, for crying out loud.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
You mind?
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Ich bin verletzt! Sanitäter! Ich brauche Hilfe! Sani! Wo ist der Sani? Ich bin verletzt! Sanitäter! Herr Kaloi, wir sollten das Boot nach versteckten Schäden absuchen.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah. Wasserbomben, sehr nah. Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Schadensbericht.
Triebrohre sind beschädigt. Sani! Wo ist der Sani? Wassereinbruch im Flugtorpedoraum!
It still didn't.
Bericht.
Ich bin verletzt!
I wish this game wasn't so broken, bro. Like, it's a great game when it works, which is 5% of the time. It never does for me. Drives me up the fucking wall. I know. Yeah, I know what it's supposed to do. It's just, it never works for me. I don't understand. I don't know what the fuck. It's very annoying. Because then it makes me not want to play. You know what I mean? Like, I was looking forward to play a little, and then this happens, and it just nothing works, and like, oh, fuck it, whatever. I'll play something else then. What to do now, though? I could do Clair Obscure, Metaphor Refantasio, something else. I'd be playing WoW if Exquisite was on it, but he's not, so... Caribbean Legend, also a possibility. I'm a little bit tired, so I don't want to like learn a new game. No. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Goddamn hiccups. Yeah, totally. I wouldn't even know how to launch my F-18 again anymore, dude. I guarantee you, I'd be like, fuck. And now it's pretty good with that plane. But you ask me to cold start that shit now? Click. No, shit. Like, I'd probably like find the self-destruct even though it doesn't have one. Flare, hit the dick, hope. That's basically all you can do. I have a mission to destroy pirates. I just don't know where to find them. Neither did the governor. He just knows pirates are on the way. That's it. Or is it here? Because this is also... I honestly have no idea. Within the next 3 days. Hmm. Like, I'm not sure if I should be looking here or here. Shit. Well, I'm dead. Great. Pretty sure they're faster than me. Two of the crew died. Let's see. They're faster. That worked. Ah, fucker. Got him. Get rigged, bitch! Bloop, bloop, bloop. Them Spanish bastards. I was gonna install Black Flag, but Uplay does not want to send the fucking authentication code to my cell phone, so I can't log into my account. What a terrible fucking company, dude. It's time these people go to jail. Yeah. Hello. Nuka-Cola.
Raise your caps and down that soda.
Yeah, it's a terrible fucking company, dude. Oh, what the hell? It's a great song, man. Come on. You might sink, bro. This is shredding the sails. Wow. I just instantly died, basically. How the fuck? Wait, that's where you saved? What do I even have to do, bro? It doesn't tell me jack shit. Look at the health. What do you want me to do? What is it with people making video games and then they're just so utterly broken sometimes? Can you tell this is a Russian game? Supernova. In my head. Russians. Bro, they were using 270s in fucking Ukraine. T-70, sorry. Hello? They're Russians. Comrades, we use new equipment, yes, in war? No. Old equipment good enough. We get new engine, comrade? No. New engine cost money. We Russian, we don't have money. If good for motherland, good for consumer. In my head. Yeah, I know. Shove off. One R2Bs. You wrote it wrong. Caribbean. Excusez-moi.
Across the glowing waves and sparking in the sky. With a ragged fucking banner and a glare that says you die. We loot the busted arbors while the corpses drift on by. And it's some wasteland bastard shouts. All day live with a cry. The ocean's got to help me, but it suits a crew like us. With our rusted plates and rum, so take my lot of scene adventures. When a myth and beast of crush and we go back.
I'd put on some Storm if it wasn't copyrighted. Early in the morning. What shall we do with a drunken sailor?
If you cross me on the water, you'll be screaming no more. I'll crack your skull like driftwood, fling the scraps upon the floor. And that's so fucking loud that tide retreats forevermore. We drink red by the barrel till our eyes go glowing red, and the stones above go crashing like they want to see us dead. But we dance across the deck while every wave turns bloody spread, 'cause the rain of pirates' joy is keeping fear in others' when the gunfire cracks and the night goes black and the ocean turns like it wants us back, we're heading to the fucking crack that tries the dark with a steel attack. Full crew, the rotting sea belongs to us. We sell and raise a radioactive bomb.
Fucking Spaniards. Bro. Exit map to the seas. What the fuck? Why is that the same fucking button? Russians, bro.
Does it help me put in suits and crew like us with a rusted place and rubs something without obscene and vicious? When the mutant beast comes crashing, we don't panic or discuss. We cut the lot to pieces, scream and kick 'em off the truck.
These fucking guys need to show up, man. Like, this is stupid. I do believe this is them. This is gonna be cancer, isn't it? I can already tell there's a bunch of problems with this game.
Oop, I shot my own dude. Yeah, while I was shooting grape shot at him, right? I killed most of the guys.
The world above turned grass and fire. Signals lost, commands expire. No banners fly, no nations stand. Only ghosts and sun can
Now the question is, was that the actual quest? No, because it still says top of the screen. Oh.
halt on the western line. Ash in the fog where the old ships died. Golden bones of a broken span.
Give me a second, guys. Sorry.
We held the shore with iron hands.
From sunken streets and neon ghosts, we forge our will on rusted coals. Old world burn, new codes won. San Francisco, reborn in storm.
We remember before the fire. We remember the coded wire. Mind and blade, machine and flame. Sea blood runs the same. Iron shore, we stand unbroken. Iron shore, nothing is bent. From the breakers, from the ocean. San Fran rises, unrepentant. Radiation rain on temple steel. Logic sharper than the wounds we feel. Old flags rot in poison sand. We write the future by our hand. Outsiders knock with scare eyes. Want our tech, want our sky. But knowledge earned is knowledge camped. Iron vows that never slept. Ghosts of empires drift and fade. We are the sum of choices made. Iron shore, we stand unbroken. Iron shore, no blade is bent. From the wreckage, from the ocean, San Fran rises, unrepentant.
I'm not getting the SMS, dude. Fucking Ubisoft. What's up, Dodo?
Mind and blade, machine and flame. She blood runs the same. Iron shore, we stand unbroken. Iron shore, no mirrors bent. From the wreckers, from the ocean. Sand friend risers, unrepentant.
I thought maybe it was spam, but apparently not either.
Logic sharper than the wounds we feel. Old flags rot in poison sand. We write the future by our hand. Outsiders knock with scabbard lies. Want our tech, want our skies. But knowledge earned is knowledge kept. Iron vows that never
Ubisoft's a piece of shit, dude.
Ghosts of empires drift and fade. We are the sum of choices made.
Wow, recent reviews on naval action are mostly negative. Apparently they broke it. Do not redeem.
Mind like steel, will like stone. From the bay we stand alone. Iron sword through fire and down. Iron sword through war and time. From the ashes of volcanic furnace, as the enter revealed in flame.
Give me a second, I'm sending a fucking support email to Ubisoft. Like, there's a lot of shit on that account, right? I need it back, guys. The fuck?
Ash in the fog where the old ships died. Golden bones of a broken span. We held the shore with iron hands. From sunken streets and neon ghosts, we forged our will on rusted coals.
Bro. I want to contact him. I fill in the thing. I click on contact and it's like, oh, please log in. Motherfucker, that's the exact fucking problem I'm having. You fucking retard piece of shit, fringe, subhuman filth. Oh my god, man. Put these people in jail, dude. Like, there's no way, there's no... Go look for the skeletons. There's definitely a million skeletons in this fucking retard's closet. Put this garbage fucking subhuman in jail already, bro. Here's the thing though. My Xbox is linked to Ubisoft Connect. How's that work? Like maybe I can somehow get around it. I don't appear to have anything installed though. Fuck. That's weird. I could have sworn I had Anno installed. Apparently not. No fucking idea, dude. What a piece of shit company, bro. Wrong button. Ooh. I don't get it. I don't get it. What? When did this happen? Whatever. I don't understand. Guess we failed.
Our dockyards are the NY of Warlock and Jack.
Didn't I just rest for 8? What the fuck? Thank you. Guess not.
What can I do?
Rip. I don't know about that game, to be honest. It's extremely jank. The idea is there, the execution not so much. And this Ubisoft shit pisses me off, man. So I'm not getting the codes, like, at all. Not right now. I was playing earlier. I think I'm gonna start Metaphor or Claire Obscure. I'm still not sure which one. Right now, I'm still annoyed with the Ubisoft garbage. Like, it's just not sending me anything.
Steel on the tide! Steel on the tide! From the harbor to the stars they love.
Nada.
Smoke and neon rain, dragons carved in rusted steel, all world codes, new world guns. We deal in what is real, sharks and banners, harbor
I have to send in some recovery form. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Fucking bullshit. Finally, I was able to submit something without having to log in, which was the exact fucking problem I was having. Like, fucking bullshit, dude. I'm not gonna lie, that damaged my calm. Understandably so, I would add. Oh my god! Bro, I don't know what to do. I'm like in a weird mood today, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, they do need the money.
We don't need stars to rule all things. This is your future. Born under concrete.
All right, so what are we doing, boys?
You don't want to talk to me, man. I'm shooting off or something. I said you look good and you don't want to go out with me. Hello? Can you hear me?
Seeing someone else uncomfortable makes you uncomfortable.
You're not listening to me like, do you care?
Oh my goodness. Hello. We just got up and sat next to her and acted like we were her mates.
So that right there is a public service announcement about sexual harassment in public transit from the United Kingdom that is going viral right now, not based on the content of the ad, but based on the fact that this ad is actually banned in the United Kingdom, and the reason it's banned is because it depicts a black male as the sexual harasser and a white woman as the victim, and according to
Can't
the
have that.
PSA advertising laws, that they got over across the pond, these kind of public service announcements cannot reinforce quote-unquote racial stereotypes because that's bad, evil, white, and racist. So this leads us to absurd scenarios where every single ad about catcalling and all sorts of behaviors that, by the way, are definitely disproportionately done by non-white males if we actually look at the numbers and observable reality, can air, and those ads that do air actually feature white people as the harassers. And
Bro, I'm still completely fucked from having the Belgian McDonald's. I could literally, like, if I close my eyes now, I'm gone, dude. I'm like, be bad, man.
in some cases, white women as the harassers of men that have shown a pattern of targeting not just white women, but young white girls. And this is what we're going to talk about today, because this is an Orwellian change that is being enforced in the United Kingdom. It's been happening for a very long time. And while we see similar things in the United States of America on a voluntary basis, the fact is, this
I don't know what to do, dude. Fuck.
And it leads to absurd advertisements that are in no way, shape,
If only Exquisite was playing World of Warcraft right now.
no way, absolutely not, do they actually convey the message that needs to be conveyed in the United Kingdom. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Nice. What? I was just looking at her. I was just looking at her ass.
Big one, look. Just saying, she might like it. Just ask her if she needed a daddy.
So there are so many of these sexual harassment ads that you look at, and they're basically beyond what you actually think they might come from SNL, because they feature white men doing typically non-white things to all these different individuals, and a lot of them, by the way, happen to be white women, and this is just not reflected in
What
reality.
the fuck was that, dude?
The creme de la creme of fake advertisements,
shit.
of ridiculous scenarios, is this poster that somebody snapped a photo of in the United Kingdom that has to do with sexual harassment in the UK Armed Services. And if you look at this image, and by the way, I will describe it to those of you who are listening via podcast, what you see right here is something that quite literally never happens. Like, this scenario has never existed in the history of the United Kingdom, maybe in the history of the world, where you have an attractive white woman approaching and sexually harassing an Arabic man in the United Kingdom, and the Arabic man is totally not into it. This is absolutely crazed. This is depraved that this is an approved advertisement, because in reality, what we see time and time again through multiple cases in the United Kingdom is not just sexual harassment goes the other direction from Arab Muslim men to white women or white young girls in that nation, but what we find out is that it's broadly accepted culturally. A lot of people have been making hay of the 11 cousins that were convicted along with another individual for assaulting a young underage girl that they were trafficking in the United Kingdom. But the thing is, this doesn't get enough attention. I probably couldn't get one of my cousins to join in on such a heinous act, but these kind of acts are so accepted across Islamic cultures in the United Kingdom that you have 11 members, or actually 12 members of the same family participating in it. And by the way, that's not even to get into all the different various stories where you have young girls being abused by Islamic men in the United Kingdom, and then you have the women in the families talking about how the young girls were asking for it, how they're all these horrible terms for women even though they're again girls. And yeah, this is what you need to target with your public services announcements, but instead we get this: white girl sexually harassing older Middle Eastern man. Again, a thing that has never happened in the history of ever.
The man in the grey suit is staring at you. Would you report it?
These are so creepy as well, dude. These... There's a reason I don't put them on the screen either, right? Because I'm not sure. Twitch might ban me for them, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
It's him again. You can feel his breath. Would you report it? Is that his bag? He's not carrying one. 1 second. 2 seconds. Would you report it? He finds an excuse to lean into you. Would you report it? He pushes his groin right into you. 90% of unwanted sexual behavior on public transport goes unreported. You can report anything that makes you feel uncomfortable.
Now, I played this other ad as well, this transit harassment ad, and again, just look at this scenario and tell me that this is realistic. Look at this particular case and tell me that this is what is happening in the tubes over in London. First of all, having any white people in the tubes in London is already a stretch. As somebody who visited and realized that for the first time in my life, I was in a majority Islamic nation once I was in London, yeah, this does not line up at all whatsoever. There are nowhere near enough large underdressed Arabs in this particular subway station, so I find that to be embarrassing. But the idea that white men in suits are the ones going around groping minority women, absurd, insane, asinine. And by the way, the idea that other members of UK society, other British men, would stand for this on the subway, also asinine. But in addition to that, we have another ad that came out a little while before where you had somebody harassing yet another minority woman, and he's a British boy, a British 19-year-old boy, and obviously this looks like a Netflix-style recast, adolescent style, of who the actual perpetrators are and who the victims are.
Oh my days.
How's it going viral? Oi, look at the body on that.
Hey, give us a smile. Mate. It's rude to ignore people, you know. Mate, that's not okay.
Enough. We can change how our mates talk to women by getting them to realize that harassment is never okay.
Sweetheart, you alright? You alright, yeah? She was listening, man.
What?
Go on, have a crisp. Go on.
Fucking hilarious, dude.
She's a bit of a moody one, isn't she? A little bit rude, to be honest. God, geez, am I really that bad?
My taxi's nearly here.
Taxi?
Oi, Jacob, you're not gonna say anything? Just leave me alone, man. Bro, look at her.
Whoa, 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 where are you going in such a hurry? All I've done is be nice. Nice, that's it. I'm trying to be nice, all right? And all I'm getting is this.
What are you doing? You need to say something. This isn't a joke anymore.
What? What is it? What is your problem? You've not said one word, no?
Come on, bro.
You're not so pretty with that face on, you know? I just don't understand.
What are you doing? That's enough.
Male violence against women and girls can start with words.
Only joking, bro.
But it doesn't stop there.
Let's go.
If you see it happening, have a word with yourself.
Now again, it would be one thing if you had like a one-off ad like this that depicts this particular scenario in order to convey the message that yes, there are preverts of every race and ethnic origin. But remember, by law, you can't reinforce any negative stereotypes, and since stereotypes are very often rooted in fact, you have to be as unfactual as possible whenever you're depicting these advertisements. But at the same time, people will tell you that representation matters. People need to see themselves on screen in order to react and internalize the message, so you're quite literally messaging to the demographic of men least likely to perpetuate the type of incidents that you're trying to go after, while simultaneously conceding that the men most likely to do that are not actually going to receive this message because they can't see themselves as the white person in this scenario. And this is all done because the message is sexual harassment, and by the way, other crimes related to that category aren't actually as important as wokeness, as diversity, as perspective, and that is absolutely asinine and ridiculous. And of course, we do have American versions of this ad. I am one to point out that this particular scene from that Gillette commercial from years ago though, is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. I played it recently in my video on the Blue Square campaign that's being pushed by Robert Kraft. By the way, Robert Kraft owns the New England Patriots. They play at Gillette Field, so obviously there's a connection here, but let me play this for you right now.
To act the right way.
Not cool.
And I'm not sorry to say this, but no, absolutely not. Never in the history of ever has there been a white woman walking by, a white man looking at her, doing the cat calling or wolf whistling, for a black man to come up and say, hey man, respect women. Respect them so much, because what you're doing right here is wildly inappropriate, and we here in the minority communities are aligned with this no cat calling kind of agenda. Remember, they did an experiment where a woman walked around New York City to document all the different times that she was catcalled, and each and every one of them was by a non-white person. Look, I'm somebody who's half Hispanic and half Irish, and I'll tell you straight up, it is far more likely that members of my Hispanic family or the kids of friends that are also Hispanic on that side of the family are way more likely to do catcalling than anyone on my Irish side of the family or anyone adjacent to my Irish side of the family. This is just reality. These are just the facts. This is just what you tend to see time and time again, and yet the UK is actively promoting the denial of it, and this is due to the fact that they have representatives that are openly in support of the idea that you should cover up legitimate, serious sex crimes for the sake of diversity. So there's a post going around from a Muslim Labour MP called Naz Shah, and she says those abused girls in Rotherham and elsewhere just need to shut their mouths for the good of diversity, close quote. Of course, this is a reference to Islamic grooming
Under the
in
jail,
United
dude.
Kingdom, and while
Shut
it
the
is
fuck
in
up.
fact true, and a fact checker will tell you that this representative absolutely did not say this particular quote, what actually happened is that she retweeted this quote when she received it as a reply from Owen Jones, who was obviously making fun of her, and then only deleted that tweet when she got backlash against it. So while this quote is technically, according to the fact checkers, misattributed to her, make no mistake about it, when she saw those exact words, she retweeted them and only took them down when she got backlash, because again, these people are not about protecting anything but the diversity of the United Kingdom, getting rid of white people or lessening the population as a percentage of white people, and anybody who gets attacked and everyone who gets attacked needs to align with that particular agenda in order for them to get coverage in the United Kingdom. This is the kind of person that is supporting the policies to block you from advertising accurately about who's actually doing the abuse and the harassment across London, across the UK, and in all these different towns where we've had these scandals that, by the way, they are trying to cover up right now at this moment. So again, when you hear from people saying woke is dead and all that sort of nonsense, understand what's actually happening. What you're seeing is the world be redrawn, re-skewed in a direction in order to push the left-wing agenda, and even though this is done by force of government in the United Kingdom, it's actually being done culturally here, as you will see similar representations across our media that clearly and obviously want to depict white people as more guilty for the crimes that disproportionately, by the numbers, are actually committed by non-white individuals. So yeah, don't let them fool you. And if you're in the United Kingdom and you're looking at this, actually vote for change, vote to take your country back, because this is absolutely crazy. These people are trying to bring in all these migrants that hate your culture and then side with them against your actual homeland, your birthright, the thing that you guys have built over the course of centuries. The former greatest empire in the history of the world is now being conquered from within, and a bunch of white cowards, a bunch of white guilted weaklings are allowing this to happen, and again, celebrating it in certain regards. So yeah, this is what I think about the UK censorship regime. This is what I think about them putting these ads out and making them completely backwards intentionally by law. And I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the absolute madness of UK mandated advertising. Till next time.
Fresh blood smells far sweeter.
I kind of want to watch this out of sheer morbid curiosity, so we're going to. This is the body cam footage of that UPS plane going down. Holy shit. Imagine seeing that.
Jesus Christ. They're saying it's going to be possible plane crash, plane landed on top of a building, possibly from like waste management area.
Holy cow, dude, that's bad.
Oh yeah.
A couple guard units at 47 are going to be approaching.
Bro, did you see how long that line was? The line full. That was fucking. That was nuts.
What are you doing? Get the f out of the way! Back up! Back up! Damn, man.
Looks like the majority of the fire is going to be at this recycling facility here at 7001 Great Lane. We're going to need law enforcement to shut down Great Lane.
Radio 38, I'm at Great Lane, traffic shut down here. What's up? Move out of the way!
We see a lot of people at Stooges were trying to get out of here, so keep a hole open for them. We're going to push them towards our loop.
Chief 2, for information, officers advising airfield is closed at this time.
Jesus Christ.
So EMS at Great Lane at Stooges had that subject extremely burned in the back of the truck here.
Yeah.
EMS is evacuating all the people here.
Okay, we're going to try to push everybody this way, okay?
To me, initiate a medical post. I've got casualties being brought to me.
You guys got this, I'm going to run around back. Hey guys, y'all need to get out. Y'all need to go. Everybody needs to get out. Y'all need to go, guys. Come on, let's go. We'll be on the news later. Let's go. We need you guys to get out, y'all. We're evacuating this entire area. If you need to go, okay?
I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go get some gloves.
Do me a favor, just go back inside, guys. There's all kinds of debris around here. I am working, dude. Okay. Good luck, bro. Do me a favor, try to work your way that way.
Even the police was like, I have no idea what to do. I'm just gonna put on gloves and we'll see what happens. Like, what do you do, right? Wait for the firemen to put out and then pick up the pieces? 'Cause what's left? That was a crazy crash.
Officers will eventually obtain footage caught by a dash cam on the same street. There are several never-before-seen angles we will soon witness in this video. Officers soon discover numerous factors that make this explosion an absolute worst-case scenario.
This is talking to you. That's good, though. Okay. Then. Get out of here. Okay, he is all the way down at the very end. I think it's where it's at. They're trying to get this road down so he can come this way, okay? Once he makes it to, if he does.
That was one crazy-ass fucking...
There's people that are still trapped, but they can't get through because the flames are right in the middle.
How are we gonna get out?
They're putting fire out right now.
I'm trying to figure out where these cars are coming from because they need to get out. They're probably pushing them out of these bitches to the next road over. Fire says somebody in a red hoodie said there's people in that trailer in there that they need to know because they make pictures. I can't find it.
Retro Safe advised they are going to emerge Fire 5 and Event 1 for fire operations.
There's a plane down right on Great Lane, Stooges. Somebody's burned bad. That's all I know for right now.
Go back inside, please.
We're from UPS security. We're trying to figure out the UPS plane or not.
Okay, I know you're from UPS, but this is all going to probably be a giant scene. Yeah. And regardless of where you work, they're going to make you leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, if EMS comes down Great Lane, it's a pretty good shot. They can get around that. Coming your way right now, you said.
All this propane thing.
Or the plane hit off the road.
Watch debris!
Yeah, all of them. They're all gonna go up. Where's your car at? Yeah. Let's. No, it's okay. Let's please get out of here.
1731.
Everybody gone. Let's go.
Imagine being that much of a Karen that when half of the fucking city that you're or village that you're standing on is on fire and a policeman tries to usher you away, the first thing you say is, "Please don't push me." Lady. Vamoose, right? Save yourselves, you know?
Shut it down and get out. Just go all the way back there. We got this. We can't let you move. We don't want people to start blowing up. I need you. Keep going back.
You can just hear the propane tanks in the background blowing up.
Plane crashes can cause large explosions, but the size and duration of this fire is unusual. Officers and firefighters did not yet know the UPS cargo plane was departing for Hawaii, a roughly 4,400-mile, 10-hour flight, meaning the MD-11 was likely carrying nearly a full fuel load of over 330,000 pounds. The situation was made worse when the aircraft crashed onto a fuel recycling center, whose owner later told officers what materials were stored on site.
1,000 gallons of number 2 fuel oil. The diesel fuel, the number 2 off-road diesel fuel, I had about 6,000 gallons of it. Roughly around 74,000 gallons of
That's all gone.
number 4 fuel oil, black oil, motor oil that's been dried out, basic is all it is. A whole bunch of bad oil, probably 147,000 gallons mixed with water. So that stuff may boil up and burn off as well, but it burns. It burns hot.
Oh, it's burning.
This event requires as many first responders as possible, causing some to suddenly leave their homes on a day off. Fire trucks and other emergency vehicles will continue to arrive at the scene throughout the following days.
I'm gonna be late. I was a cold test. All right, love you.
Our kids need to go to the hospital.
Who?
It was right. They came down.
Is anybody in here hurt?
She's hurt. She's hurt.
I can get EMS over here. Let me see.
We want to get out of here.
I understand. I can't see you that way right now. Can I see who's hurting here? So I can help.
You want to see me?
Who's hurt?
God.
You guys have burns?
I threw myself over top of him, got busted in the back of the head with the.
I mean, everything's pretty much landed right on top of this car, man. Okay.
I seen it coming towards us, and I heard a boom, and then I seen fire shoot out.
Okay.
And it went over top.
I thought they were dead. They got some burns and stuff. The main thing I want to do is move you guys because there's more things that are going to explode. Move that way, and we'll help you guys down there. Okay.
We gotta get off this block.
Just go that way as far as you can. Those are like small little scrapes. If we have someone who has serious burns, we'll treat them here. But if they can move, they need to go to the casualty collection.
There's a whole lot of dumbasses that think we're just driving down Great Lane just so they can try and get closer to see it. I see something like that, I'm like, I'm going the opposite way. I don't want no part of that.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? Like, people are like, "Oh, let's go watch the giant fucking fire." How about now? Like, did we all forget about Beirut already? Right? That was a fire. People went and watched it, and then it fucking blew up in the biggest non-conventional, non-nuclear explosion we've ever had. Okay. Maybe don't go towards the disaster if you're not paid to do so. Okay? I'm just saying, you know. It's called self-preservation.
Yeah, we'll get you through here in just a second.
Buddy? I was gonna say I don't have time to talk, but I understand it's one of your aircraft.
This is like a casualty collection point. Gotcha. People keep pulling up and parking. We just need them out of the road. Let's go. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
I'll be honest. I mean, where those tanks are over there. A lot.
That's the one he.
Is that the one that?
Yeah, that was the one I called him. His clothes were burnt off.
The guy in this truck right here saying his son works on the other side of the fire. There are a bunch of guys off and stuff down there. They can't get out.
Grade A recycling, they said the plane pretty much almost landed on top of the building.
This is wild, man. I never expected this.
What are you doing? That's my truck. They made me get out of my truck. That's his truck. I made him get out. Do me a favor. Go around the corner there in case stuff keeps blowing up. Stop videoing and go, bro. I'm on the phone. Well, go. Go. Did I say walk? Walk. It's a serious incident, bro. Walk.
I don't understand that. You're like standing right next to a bunch of propane tanks that are literally exploding, and the police is like, yo, there's propane tanks exploding over there, and you're like, oh yeah, that's fine. Like, bro, leave. I like how even the police is all like filming, like, holy fucking shit.
The yellow's airport. That's Air Force.
That's when you know it's crazy.
Okay. All right.
When the police is also filming, run.
Grab my truck right there. Yes, there's just stuff going up in the air, and I just don't want. They're big. Yeah, here they go again. You got any? Man, I'm too fat for this shit, man. Need some water. That thing landed right next to my place. I can't believe we're yeah. You need a water? Yes, you don't mind. I'm too fat. I appreciate it so much, man.
I'm too fat for this, man.
I
Like,
would say no. Did we confirm that the lines are dead? There's no confirmation yet. Command post is down here? Yes. Okay. He was taken off, so he's fully loaded with fuel. Yeah, and all these have already been blowing up too. Can we get a monitor in there and start cooling these tanks? Well, they've been flowing, but I think we're pulling too much water.
so this is like my worst nightmare, right? I like literally had like a dream. I have dreams of like planes like falling on my head, bro. Like, I don't know why. It's very irrational, I know, right? But I don't know.
Were you in the building? Yes, sir. What's that noise? You turn around, there was sparks where it hit the wire, and the next thing you know, fire. It was on fire as it was coming down.
Oh, you don't say.
Shelter in place, a 5-mile radius. Are we 5 miles away from it?
Nope. Because everybody and their mom's calling me right now. They're trying to keep our tanks cool. Yeah, they've been hosing down the whole time, but it's heating back up. It looks like it's getting bigger again. Just be ready to watch out when that blows. Shut the city down. Yeah.
TAC 1 is operational in reference to a plane crash. Repeating, TAC 1 is operational for the plane crash.
Police car to PD TAC 1.
We stand this close to this thing, and you're gonna blow up the entire.
The petroleum recycling place. Oh, they've been blowing. Yeah. So we need to back up. They're backing up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Air 30 Command, just for your heads up, grade lane looks good. They're clearing out Curtin and Drive back to the north, Burnabout.
Look at how big the area is. That's like 200 meters, bro. At least. Because let's say this building is like 50 to 70 meters. You can put 4 there.
Alley's shut down at 65, so...
And it's probably more than 50 to 60 meters, right? Because this is a truck. And a truck is about 2.5 meters wide? Maybe even 3 meters? This might be 300 meters long, dude.
So your traffic's clearing out, looks good.
I really do think that's one of the craziest plane crashes we've seen caught on camera, right? Just because the giant fireball alone was nuts. It's like a literal wall of fire, you know?
Hey, back up! We're not joking!
Radio 10 unit on scene. Looks like they're saying that there's a burn victim at 4612 Mount Avenue. Burn over his body.
I never dreamed that this would freaking happen.
I got on the MB-11 that was taking off. It seems to be a total loss at this point. I hear there were 3 cells on board. The engine is something at the end of the runway came off. Because MB-11 has the one engine, the tail, 2 on the back side. One of them fell off.
The NTSB later released an update on the cause of the crash, which we'll cover at the end. In this moment, officials are relying primarily on incoming civilian and security footage.
I don't know why they spit up the AI voice, man. Like, Midwest Safety usually has like a normal speaking AI voice. Like, that guy normally speaks normally.
Holy shit!
See what I mean?
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy
Look at that shit, dude.
Damn, they're dead. They are dead, bro.
Yeah, no shit.
Multiple airport security cameras captured the crash and the immediate emergency response as a charred engine laid along the runway. Although the MD-11 is designed to continue flying after losing an engine, later investigations and the yet-to-be-seen shocking footage of the crash explains why this aircraft likely could not keep altitude.
It'll probably shut down for weeks, if not months. Hey man, let's go. Let's wrap it up and go, please.
We want to move back even further to outer loop, just in case some of this petroleum stuff goes
So what
further.
it's exposed. They're having water problems.
Okay, let's go back and find us a parking lot towards outer loop.
No, the only big one's right there. There's a small building one right here.
I know they're having a
We had a really fucking small version of this, not with an airplane crashing, but I was working at a event hoster nearby, and the event hoster is like 20,000 people at max capacity, and I would say about like 75 meters distance, maybe 100 at max. One of the warehouses that surrounded it was like on fire, like massively, while there was an event going. But the thing was, right next to that, like 15 meters away from where the fire was, there was a truck with a tanker attached to it, and it was filled to the brim with, I think it was mazout, right? And the firefighters were like desperately trying to find the guy who drove the car. Fortunately, he was a known person, like a known entity in the neighborhood. He's not just like a passing guy, but someone who lived there, so they found him like 30 minutes afterwards. But those first 30 minutes were pretty tense, because we're working there, right? Like, it was like right next to the parking lot of the event itself. They actually had to drive onto the parking lot to get to the fire. And when the firemen are nervous, the rest of you are nervous as well, right? Because you can tell, like, they don't seem to be too keen on this situation. Maybe I should like back up, right? Because if that tanker goes, that's a huge fucking fireball. It was like filled to the brim and like a big fucking tanker, right? Like one of the, not a small fucking, no, like one of those that drives across country, you know?
a hard time getting some people on the east side of this fire. If they can get on waste management property, we could probably guide them around this boundary road, and there may be access to the east side of this fire if they're trying to get to it.
Guiding the fire department to it?
Yeah, anybody.
What do you need?
A load of water, I mean.
Let's just try to make sure no one's in there. Metro Police, if you're in here, make yourself known. We need to evacuate. Just hang out back here, okay? You said it was grade A auto. Okay, hang out back here. What was he saying? He said he knows 3 people that were working at grade A auto. So we're keeping people out. I guess we're gonna look because the fire department's obviously busy. We'll probably just try to get them out of here.
This overview, obtained at a later date, shows the devastation left behind by the crash. The damage spans over half a mile, and with fuel leaks spread throughout,
half a mile. That's almost a kilometer, right? Half a mile is 750 roughly meters.
To be cautious and quick to save anybody who may be trapped.
Air 30 of the Autumn Park unit, you might be able to go through the grade A all the way back past all the piles of stuff.
Jesus Christ, man. Last thing I expected to do today. Jesus Christ.
Can you go to Mutual Aid 1? The fire department will be on that channel, and we'll have you guide them through waste management.
Okay, Mutual Aid 1, we'll get.
You just say casualties.
I had one burnt pretty well. All his clothes were burnt off.
And he's gone?
Yes, he's been transported.
You had 2 total?
Well, a family with kids in the backseat of a van. I don't know how many kids were back there, but they took off.
One there. Yep.
Not, I mean, they could be.
I remember when I was a kid, there was like a disaster over here as well. Fuck, what was that called?
Belgium disaster explosion fire.
Gieslingen. Explosion of a natural gas pipeline. Yeah, that was the one. Bro, the highway next to it, that's where like a lot of injuries were, not casualties. The casualties were mostly first responders as well, like with the Beirut stuff. Because obviously they're standing next to it. But I remember the cars were melted to the road. Oh, auto dubbed. It's actually.
On July 30th,
How do I turn that off? Ah, it's French. Yuck.
2004, at exactly 8:57 a.m., the house, but a gas explosion that would claim the lives of 24 people. "50 kilometers from Brussels, in southern Belgium, in Wallonia, is the Gielange Industrial Zone. On July 30th, 2004, some 200 people were on the construction site of the future diamond bore factory. The day was sunny, not too hot. A large quantity of gas escaped, flooded the sewers and caused a huge explosion. A massive fire followed. A crater 10 meters in diameter and 4 meters deep was thus created. A fireball was projected and formed a torch. This torch, visible from 15 kilometers away, measured 150 to 200 meters high and burned for 20 minutes. According to estimates, the heart of this torch burned at 3,000 degrees Celsius.
It was pretty bad.
Several people, including firefighters and police officers, were thrown several dozen meters away. Dozens of vehicles without flames within a radius of 150 to 200 meters. A section of pipeline weighing more than a ton, the same one that had been damaged, was thrown 150 meters from the accident site. The vibration, which lasted more than 10 minutes, spread through the pipeline and caused secondary leaks. Some even caught fire. The building still under construction was completely destroyed. The blast of the explosion also charred the surrounding fields. A 4,000 square meters cardboard factory, a service station, numerous roofs and cars were destroyed. The A8 motorway linking Brussels to the nearby Tournai was closed to traffic in both directions. Pluxee proceeded as soon as possible to isolate the pipeline and close the valves in order to stop supplying the air.
They don't talk about the cars being melted to the fucking roads. I remember that specifically. That's like the one thing that is like seared into my brain.
724 break radio for the CAD. 1 casualty, 42 melting in the parking lot.
A lot of this is going to have to burn out.
I think I was like 18 at the time.
We're only here for a week.
I don't think there's any buildings back here. I think this is all junkyard. Is there a way to get through right there or no? Okay, okay, yep, never mind. Disregard that.
Bro, it's a scene out of a movie. It's getting hot again. I can feel it.
I guess it's a good thing it wasn't a passenger plane. Then again, doesn't make it any better.
My girlfriend was flying back today.
You talked to her, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, wow. That is shocking. Yeah, thank God, you know, at least we get to practice. Crazy that it hit what it did.
We just did a drill 2 weeks ago.
That's why you do the drills, right?
It's worse than it was.
Engine 73, we're responding on mutual.
Like, look at that. Look at how spread out it is.
Headed to waste management.
Okay.
Right? Because it's like... You'd think it'd be thinner, but it's like... The plane hits and starts disintegrating, right? So it throws that to the sides, so it's like a pie shape. It's crazy. It's crazy how physics work, right?
Do you have a command
Sorry.
car that's over here right now? That way I can guide them back to make sure
As I'm looking at this, like, you would think it'd be like this, but it spreads out because of all of the debris getting ejected.
We're trying to figure a way to get them out. We don't know how far south the fire went. Looks like it stopped right here, so.
No, but
Morbidly fascinating, I suppose.
Right now, I think it's search and rescue right now.
What do you think, bud? I think it's not good.
That's part of the plane. That big piece of metal right there, that's a wing. Let's get out of here. Watch your explosions.
Yeah, or tires. I said it's why, I guess, I don't know if this is a good place for us to happen or a bad place, because these are all total cars, so.
Well, I mean, look at the sky. You can't even see the sky.
There's a plane part right there.
It looks like the Waste Management just opened a gate just off of Grade Lane, just down from the command post. See if you can get access to property from there.
They're trying to get a fire truck company to be the ones that respond to it.
Ooh, that's warm.
Oh, yeah.
Radio 724 Major. EMS asking if you can stay with that signal on Nelson.
You want to see if anybody wants us to, like, put his body over here? No.
Probably not.
No, just leave him? Yeah. We don't know what's burning, it can explode over there. Should we, like, check a pulse or something?
Nah, he's dead. Nah, he's dead, bro.
Yeah. Hey, go through this way.
Yeah, we can check this building here. There's a gate open right here.
Yeah, there's a gate open.
Is everybody down there? Do you guys have anybody that's hurt? Nobody that's hurt so far. Okay. All right.
Couple minor bumps and stuff, but nothing.
Okay, good.
It said everybody was okay. It said nobody. No, they're missing a bunch in the lot.
Hey, they possibly have 2 people in this.
We made it to the other side of the fire. We're at 4566 Melton. There's a lot of people over here, obviously, but there's
On liftoff as well, right? Fully loaded for 4,000 miles. 330,000 pounds of jet fuel. And it lands, or crashes, I should, on top of a fuel station. That's literal worst case scenario. Actually, no, the only time it was worse is like that guy said it would have been a passenger plane and not just a cargo.
Okay. They said whatever happened crashed on Gilmore Lane.
Okay. Could you move your truck, please? Could you please move your truck? Hey, Sarge, if you just want to hold them at 65, then we can flush this out in just a second. HSO 22 radio. We got multiple obvious 1080s are burning, or the auto lot.
Ain't nobody in there survived.
No, we need to get in that building.
Right here is f***ing fuel.
Fantastic.
Ain't nobody surviving that, man. Of course I get my flashlight, too.
The unit who's in multiple casualties, can you advise a number?
Two. We've counted 2 to 3 so far.
Sir,
yes.
The guy that I told you in the A-lot, we got a hold of.
You got a hold of him?
There's only 3 people that we're missing. Is Trina, Megan, and John Locke. I don't see anybody back here.
No, but we need to get in here.
We're going to go ahead.
We need iron. We need iron. Let's get away from the fire for a second. If we give this one more flush, we'll be able to get it. But we need some of these fire trucks to help us. Metro Police! Metro Police, call out, call out! This thing goes. I just don't want nobody hiding in here. That's good. Yeah.
They did say they got everybody out here. The guy out here said they're only missing 3 people that they work here. They don't know how many customers there were.
Hey, y'all need to go.
We have them do immediate staging out here in one of these gas stations in Outer Loop somewhere out there.
How about the elementary school that's off of...
That's a really good idea.
That's fine. And that'll keep them off their hair in the airport.
Can we maybe just send some PIOs out to do a real quick basic briefing? We don't know shit right now.
We need to come up with the
And
stand.
tell them that we'll have an official briefing in about 2 hours.
I wouldn't give them the time. I would just say as quick as we can get somewhat of control of this.
If that's the media, we can put a TFR in place.
That's us right there, so I can request that.
No, Channel 32's flying around. I saw them getting off Fern Valley Road.
I'd do a TFR if it was me.
Can we get a TFR in place except for emergency aircraft only?
I don't know if that fence is still charged. It might be electric, so be careful. What about that hole right there?
There is a third casualty there, severely burned. We see lights and people screaming and whistling and some wood line.
No. Hey, we might as well go out. Well, I have to get out. Go! Go!
This goes through the other side. Oh, there's another fence.
Anyone remember Enschede?
Yeah, I got you.
Was Holland a fireworks container or storage place that had way more than it should have? Blew the fuck up. Oh shit. Damn, there's a lot of guys, man.
But I'd rather an ambulance come to you all than you all trying to drive crazy to get to where we're going, okay? Come over here and hang out, okay? We're gonna try to get help. We're helping. Just hang out. I know you're cold, okay? Will this aluminum blanket help at all? What's that? Aluminum blanket? He's gonna stick to his skin. No, we got a burn victim there. Your ALS stuff? Can you open your mouth? All right. Where does it hurt right now? No, I'm kind of here. Just here? Yeah, okay. Okay. Do you know what happened? I don't know. Okay. All right. He's got burns. He's got bad tongue feeling. Can you swallow okay? Good. Let me see your eyeball. I can see everything. Yes. Oh, yeah. Find the heel. Here. Medical coming.
Oh, fuck.
No, I'm asking if y'all can
That's
let
my
them know
bad.
that what he said, they're coming out of the tree line and stuff. Yeah. So, no one else has flagged us down, and we've been out here, so I would assume if somebody was over there, they would have yelled come to us. They pulled up to us, said he's burned in the back seat. And so I've only seen that guy, but they said people were coming out of the trees like being with burns. So I don't know. We might have more.
Did you hear them say they weren't making any headway?
Yeah, I heard that.
That's not good. And the jet fuel burns hot, bro.
Yep.
And the water does not put that out.
As day turned to night, the smoke persisted. Several people were still reported missing, and traffic filled with civilians heading to the airport to pick up loved ones had to be diverted. The amount of work that needs to be done is far from over. Rescue crews must continue to urge.
Why did they speed up the AI voice? It's really off-putting. Normally it sounds normal, but now it sounds so fake.
Search for the dozens still missing, inching deeper into the fiery terrain in hopes that others can still be discovered and saved.
You're gonna have to go right, man. You're gonna have to go right. You're gonna have to go right. I know, it's a plane crash. It sucks.
Call Ashley, my beautiful wifey.
Calling Ashley, my beautiful wifey, mobile.
Hey, can you just send a message out to the girls and you? Just put a message on Facebook. You've talked to me. I'm fine. People's text message me every 5 seconds and I can't get done.
Just ignore it. I did in the group chat.
Okay.
So
all right. That's fine.
It's the only one that should matter. Ignore everybody else. Just don't pick your phone up.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Also, possibly someone trapped at 4511 Knopf Avenue, a disabled gentleman.
Water right here. Walk out towards
You want to shut down the ramp? Because cars are still trying to get through here and they won't want to still.
Stuck in a gate. You know if anyone was back there, have you seen anybody?
He lives back though. I told him, don't go back.
Can you stop missing?
And he said he wanna hit his ambulance. I couldn't stop him though. I told him to move back. I don't know where he is. So one more?
Nice. Can have two now. Let's go.
People stopping on the off ramp from 65 South Outer Loop. They're getting out of their cars and launching everything, so take the back stuff up. Somebody's gonna hit my car.
Any officers near the crash in the smoke area, please put on your respirators with the C burn filter.
You know, this was a break all the way down, but that's Yeah, there ain't no what. Myself and 2 arson investigators. We're gonna be making entry to homes, see if anybody's in there.
Here, give me the light real quick. Rehab truck. Where do they need me?
No, there ain't anybody alive.
No.
Wind's picking up, so I can't.
We ain't gonna breathe through that. No. Get out of here!
Hey, put the phone down and get the hell out!
Hey, we gotta get this house. It's starting to blow, but we gotta
I
get
shall
in
make weapons from your bones.
Police! Police! Can we get in there? Hey, watch that fuel. Watch that fuel, bro.
You ready to fill out that explosive form, Marcus?
For what?
For chemicals and stuff. Oh, yeah. You know, so much stuff's in the air right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you felt it or not. When I was getting out of my car, there was a light layer of soot in my car getting out. It was like we're in the apocalypse right now, man.
I'm supposed to get on a plane next month. So, I'm like, I feel like there's been like, I don't know, uptick of plane. Oh, there has. Is he burned as well?
No, he's just tired.
Okay. She burned?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your brother?
What's your brother's name?
Carlos.
Okay, Carlos was just here earlier, and he's on his way to the hospital. Yes.
Repeating where your aspirators with C-burn filters.
We can't radio. If you have a C-burn filter, put it on. We're in the fallout. Yeah, mine's at my desk. Oh, okay. He's right here. He's in there.
You could just tell he was like, oh fuck. I left it at the fucking station.
Ones, a somber reality will strike the hearts of many.
Move up to the next intersection.
They're all going out down there. Jesus Christ, they're idiots. Do you have a C-burn filter?
Yeah.
Throw it on.
Here?
Yes.
Oh, it's closed. How you doing, man? We have an airplane crash. Yeah, I know. I need all y'all off the street. You're blocking the main egress for fire. You cannot park here!
One question.
Yes, sir.
I got a UPS load.
Sir, you are blocking the main egress for fire to get to victims. I don't care about the rig right now. UPS is going to be shut down for the foreseeable future. Yes, sir. Do not park here. Let's go. Thank you for your understanding. Yeah, everybody, monkey see, monkey do. I got to have these rigs out of here. It's a mass casualty, okay?
What? Actual command. Way down there. Come on that way. Yeah, do me a favor. Just keep walking, bro. All these folks are going to go that way. Who's this guy?
His mom works here, and he came here looking for her. He's been staying up there for a while.
Oh, shoot. Should we at least knock on that? Metro Police!
Nightmare scenario, dude.
I think that's a turbine. Yo, I think that's a turbine.
Yeah, it is. 4511 is currently on fire. 4511 knob is on fire.
Bro, where's the hell the Smith? Where the hell is the Smith?
The only way to get back here is to go to the way. Negative. They're not going to be able to get out of here. We cut a hole in the fence.
So we've checked there. You haven't checked into that.
That's not there. The only one we haven't checked is that building, that corner building. But I knocked on it. But
I mean, we do anything to force it?
I said we got it.
What is?
So, I mean, but this is not, you can never put that.
Even if we could transit the exact same scenario, it'd be
Yeah.
Ma'am, there's been a plane crash. You gotta go straight.
It's okay. Like not Melton Industrial or? It's in the industrial area. It's in the industrial area, but off airport. Yeah.
So LMPD is pushing back against having media come out to the airport because they don't want them to go to the barricades. So we can either keep it at Miners Lane, which would be a logistically nightmare for us to deal with.
Of course, it's right next to where I started.
While you're in all this, and LMPD just sucked up.
Gotta go, ma'am. Okay. Let me see if he can escort you. 1 second. This is the mayor's press secretary. Can you give him an escort? Okay. Ma'am, follow this car. She's going to give you an escort. Pull up a little bit. You can go. Okay. Turn your flashers on for me. It's shut. It's shut down. What do you need? No, there's a plane crash. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. Go on.
Oh.
Come on, man. Cannot park there. Cerrado, plane crash. Cerrado. Recto, no derecha.
All units, Orca 9 is advising 50 to 100 yards from the fire.
Plane crash. Like, bro, that's still English. Like,
Y'all got somebody over here? Y'all trying to find somebody?
Are you a PO? Yeah. You ever seen a dead body? Yeah. Okay.
Alright, y'all have somebody out there collecting dead people?
Can you let radio know that we're getting reports that there's another possible trapped individual at 4659 Knob?
You can't get through on Knob at all. So if they're down here, they're stuck. Okay, you can make it through, but Knob you cannot.
Well, better get to using your feet, man.
Can't pause there, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, what you need?
I'm the plane manager for the backup gas plane down here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I got to get there. Turn your hazards on. Go around my car.
14 grade stupid check. They said a van was hit in the parking lot. Unknown.
We made it all the way to Knob as far as we could. We've kicked in every door we could back there. Double fenced in, and we broke our bolt cutters.
Let's steal something from fire.
We've checked every building.
The only building that we couldn't check inside was when you knocked on that was on fire, but that was the only
It's like
building
46
that we couldn't get in.
Or 4659 Knob.
I think it's the most. Yeah, dude, it's way at the end.
Well,
yeah.
they said that there's people there.
We get there, which we're on Knob, we would go back and listen and go that way down Knob.
So we have to go around the fire and cut in the opposite
Same way we just came in, but instead of going left, we go right. It's
bro, why does it do this? Look, there's no way in. Unless you're a barbarian that can jump through it, teleport through it, but there's no way in anymore. There's a chest even. A chest and a bunch of gold, I cannot get to it.
Anybody that was supposed to be in there?
Oh, I picked up most of the gold, I guess.
So my building, and then there's another building attached to it.
That's not us. We're just going to go and solve it.
Those guys, your building's good. Yeah, my building's good. Yeah, no damage, no nothing.
The address you were talking about is way down there. Is there anybody hurt that went down there that you know of by chance? Down this road?
My street, we put out a guy who was like basically melting. He went to the hospital. He went down.
These guys on the flatbed of that truck, wasn't he? We just had a report that somebody was hurt that was down here at the end on the left.
Somebody called and said they had a disabled guy that was stuck in the house.
Yeah, he's stuck in the house down here.
Can you make contact with the male? He's on the phone with his son. He's trapped somewhere. We can't find him.
I can run down there to Outer Loop, Texas Roadhouse and get
We don't have any power. We got told that there's some people down here that...
Just me, man. There was a bunch of guys over here, but man, I got asthma, man. I'm having a hard time breathing. So y'all drove over here?
No, we walked.
There is not one turnout.
They were trying to drive their trucks out. If you don't mind coming in, because I cannot breathe. I'm having trouble. Okay. Are we going to be here all night?
There's a gentleman here. He says he has severe asthma, doesn't have an inhaler, and he's needing some help. Only way to access us is by walking if there's anyone on foot.
623 on the radio. I made contact with the two messing in the sign.
Hey,
they're working on closing up shop and getting down.
Yeah, all power around here should be off by now. Where was that 1080 you were talking about, Bosley? Was it back there? Bosley.
We got the two down there.
Yeah.
This is that was lot G. Right, but I could have sworn when I walked out there was another.
Jesus Christ, man.
If you're able to walk, we can walk you to the ambulances. They can get you out of here.
Anybody? 617, okay?
I can walk that far, man. Can I drive my truck?
Not all the way out to Great Lane because it's blocked, but you can drive a good darn freaking half mile. We're gonna catch up with them, but whenever you get done, hop in your truck and just drive as far as you can.
Okay. There's someone said they're gonna be waiting at the entrance of Lansville. He has a broken leg. He's a 50-year-old black male wearing a hard hat and a black puffer jacket.
That's probably one of the wildest things I've ever seen.
Fire department did a really good job of containment that.
Yeah, they did. I know. Yeah, they're freaking on it.
You saw the guy that drove by us on that flatbed.
Oh, dude. He was toasted, man. And here's the slide landing gear impact right there. Took the trees clean with it.
Is this knucklehead coming? He understood to drive down here, right?
He said he was going to drive.
For accountability, all 6th and 7th Division units that were searching have exited. We're on Great Lane now.
We haven't. 649 radio, myself and 623 Adam, we're still over on Knob Avenue. Sorry, I thought you were driving.
I know, I thought it was too, but I said, the reason why I was paying a little is just because really the air in my building is worse than it is out here now because all that smoke got trapped in this.
Here's the deal, okay? The way that we're going to take you to the medics is heavy in jet fuel, and it's not good to breathe in. So what I need you to do is, can you hold your breath while we get through there and we'll kind of hightail?
Well, I'm gonna walk with you, okay?
We're gonna get you out of there. If you feel lightheaded or anything, you gotta let us know, okay? Hey, when we start walking through this debris field, somebody else get on his side and hold his other arm. All right, so this is where it gets.
a junkyard or is this
It is.
debris?
No, this is the debris actually. Hey, so listen, try not to breathe in as much as you can right here, okay? Careful. There you go. Just take deep breaths, okay? You're good to breathe right now. We're out of that field. He was in the far yards when it happened, so I don't know how much exposure he has. We didn't just walk through.
Officers likely pulled back as firefighters continued to battle the flames. However, as official search efforts slowed, family members of the missing kept looking, hoping for answers.
Started driving to every hospital after that. They are not helping at all. I sat there for 2 hours. It took them 2 hours for them to actually send them a picture. And I was the first person there. I was the first person there as soon as they said to get there.
Oh, did you go to the academy already for 9/11?
Yeah, she said she was there first.
Check the hospitals, you said?
Yes, I went to
and you
every
went to
hospital. They said that they're not in no hospitals. Well, right now it does say that there's 4 people that are unidentified, but they're not saying that there's a child.
Okay.
And I just know that they were together.
Do you know around what time that they headed over there?
My dad, that's how he makes his money. He goes back and forth starting at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
She couldn't go to daycare because she was sick.
And you said the phone is still pinging over there?
Yes, it's
But
there.
sometimes he leaves in the car?
Yes. The woman died she was in the hospital. They said when they jumped out the window, they couldn't really see where he ran to.
Yep. See? Okay, that was our colonel that is down. It is our ship. The National Transportation Safety Board and the ATF and FBI and whoever other investigators are down there are handling this investigation. There is nothing for you to do down there. So he's recommending that you just go home and wait.
Okay.
There's nothing else we can do.
That's easier said than done, obviously. I know that's stressful.
Can you do just one thing for me?
Sure.
Can you take my phone and can you just go to where his car
We're not
is?
allowed down there. That's where we're at.
Can you give it to them, please? She's 3 years old. I can't go. I'm sorry. I don't want to go home with no answers.
I can't. We have no answers for you.
They can't tell you if one of the 4 identified as a child.
We've been told they've all been adults at this point. Because there was 3, at least on the plane, and then 1 adult on the ground. As soon as we know something, they'll reach out to you.
Okay.
What's your name, man? Shirley what?
Yeah, Fenton.
Tragedy would strike Shirlene and many others. Her father and daughter were found among the 15 total deceased, along with dozens injured. The deceased includes Shirlene's father, Lou Fenton, 47, Shirlene's daughter, Kimberly Asa, 3, Trinidad Chavez, 37, Megan Washburn, 35, and John Locks, 52, the 3 that were mentioned by a coworker to officials as unaccounted for. Ella Petty Wharton, 31, Angela Anderson, 45, Carlos Fernandez, 52, Tony Crane, 65, John Spray Jr., 45, Matthew Sweets, 37. He was severely burned and passed away days later. The last and most recent death was Alan Rodriguez Colina, 50, who succumbed to his injuries several weeks later on Christmas Day. Those on board included Captain Dana Diamond, 62, Captain Richard Wartenberg, 57, and First Officer Lee Truitt, 45. Investigations ensued, and footage from several other sources were eventually released.
Just like that, 20 people gone. That's the crazy one, dude. Holy shit. Look at what the fuck. Imagine being the pilots as well right now. Oh my god. You know it's over, right? Like, you know. The moment you start to lose lift, you know it's done. Because they already, they know they're carrying, they know the load they're carrying, right? On fuel alone, that's like... Obviously, a giant fuck-off explosion.
Recent NTSB updates show the MD-11's engine detaching and passing over the wing during takeoff. Investigators found fatigue cracks and overstress failure in the engine pylon's spherical bearing, which mounts the engine to the aircraft. Despite its design to handle a lost engine, the damage to the wing and flames potentially entering a second engine were likely causes for a failed takeoff. Reaching speeds of 212 miles an hour, there was likely nothing the crew could do to avoid a crash. An NTSB report notes the engine pylon is typically inspected every 5 years. Reports indicate this aircraft underwent maintenance in San Antonio from September 3rd to October 18th, 2025, about 2 weeks prior to the crash. Investigators are now examining whether the pylons were inspected, whether negligence occurred, and if regulations need updating. In the latest update on January of 2026, UPS announced it will be retiring its entire fleet of MD-11s as a result of this crash. Other large companies like FedEx have also temporarily grounded their MD-11 fleets as a precaution. Today, several families affected have opened up lawsuits against UPS. There are also several GoFundMe links for those affected, so many that GoFundMe has collected available links into a single URL, available in the description below. Ultimately, all 3 flight crew were killed along with another 12 victims on the ground. 22 more were injured.
Damn. They released this like a couple of days ago. I've seen it float around and I wanted to watch it. Morbid curiosity, I suppose. That's mine. I'm not used to having goat minions, right? It's gonna take a while.
Oh, thank. The Sisterhood welcomes you. Good day.
It is.
Okay. Where's the music, man? I turned it back on. Let's go. It's the upside of a minion class. I just look for shit to loot. I don't need to click anything to attack. Not really. I mean, it literally lists the percentage you gain, so... Read the tooltip. Or in the old school adage, RTFM. I'm not sure I like playing this game. It's just, I just gotta get the bind people. We don't use these. It's because you can only have X amount, right? So I can have 2 demons. I'd rather have 2 goatmen.
The shadows churn with the touch of anguish.
The one thing I hate about this expansion, this DLC, whatever the fuck you want to call it, they were too lazy to make sprites for the old one. You cannot go back to the old because you're playing a Warlock. Who the fuck said that? Waypoint here. I don't even see the guy on the map. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Fucking stamina. I did it last. I was about to say I did it last time. Somebody else do it. Fuck, I misclicked. Sorry. Oh no, it's an eagle orb. Because of the sorcerer's only, it's useless. Not useless, worthless. Ah, of course. The fuck? Get away from the door, guys. Thank you. Join my army of the dead. Oh no, it's the wrong guy. That's Blood Raven.
And the maiden's anguish waned as he looked at my charred corpse. This. Okay.
Greetings. Greeting.
How did I know I can trust you, hmm?
How do I know I can trust you, hmm?
You don't.
I know my...
That is a gamble you're going to have to take. I don't really need them all, right?
I bet.
I don't expect.
evening.
It is an honor to serve you.
Huh. Everyone's Warlock except for one paladin. Damn it! I misclicked again, son of a gun. Oh my god, what is it? Oh my god, fuck off. Maybe I should stick with the group. Full game, everyone's really, yeah. Lots of HP. I was right though. They chose poorly, I didn't. I was forced. I was forced to go with him. I think everyone was waiting for someone to open a portal. Looked like it.
Good day.
Actually, it's 8 extra slots.
Good day. They say that.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. BRB.
my deeds will not be hidden.
Bruh. I love it when people can't speak English.
the stuff.
How may I help you?
I want to get that to 3 minions as fast as possible. Then we'll start upping the damage. Meow.
The sun, when the trouble... You may enter.
I was lucky.
Greetings.
Move. Bro, these people. Useless. Bro, stop standing in the fucking middle. Project Diablo 2 made this way wider. You can especially notice it in the maggot lair. My god, you can actually get next to each other now. Easily, I might add. It's fantastic. It's a fake! Scusi. This guy loves to stand in the middle of the platform, man. I'm starting to think he does it on purpose. If you stand in the middle of the platform, you block it. If you stand to the side, people can pass you. Oh, here it is.
Excellent. You might.
How may I help you?
Good day. Greetings.
Oh, damn it.
Welcome to my shop.
want to do a couple of Doom runs, but I should really play some WoW. Mm-hmm. This guy's name is Puntkuncher. I approve. What? a unique dirk dropped. I should have went for it. I just looked at it. Like, it didn't click that's the Warlock weapon. I'm reading up on the build right now. like not on the. I might go. This is apparently basically corpse explosion without the corpses. The need for corpses. It sounds really nice. So I kind of want that now. What annoys me is the chat uses battle names instead of character names. I have no idea who's who. Half the time. I'd say +5? +3. Okay. I was like, what? That's crazy good. This place is very much like a necromancer. You just walk in the room, make sure your guys are in there, then walk out and wait. Right? My kind of gameplay. I was wondering that too. What was that? Why was that so loud? Duh. Why would you not get Belgian fries? We invented that shit, son. I generally buy Belfriet. It's strictly called Belfriet. Or is it Belvita? I don't remember. I think it's Belfriet. The best. No, fuck. Overburdened, son of a bitch. The best fries I've had are the ones from the Aldi. They're also the cheap ones.
Hello.
Blessings to you.
It's so weird though. The Warlock can equip a two-hander and the shield. Because you're not actually using the... You like... telekinesis, that shit. It's very weird. That's the ones I buy. €1.50 for a kilogram. Yeah, same. Same price. Yeah, I was looking on the Aldi website, so that's also delivery. It's probably only like €1 when it's not delivered, right? I don't know. It's probably cheaper when you buy it at the store itself. I don't actually know. I don't think I'm much in the mood for a while right now. I think we're gonna start again, either Clair Obscure or Metaphor. Do I want to go heavy weep or oui? No, no. I am so French. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, Dodo is gonna have a meltdown. Don't have a heart attack, Dodo. What you gonna do now? Oh, come here, you. Hi. No. The slightest, she's gone in a second if I let her go. She was very poised. Poor Dodo's bank account. It's gonna go into negative. It's kinda hilarious. A horse fist. The fuck? Fucking random. I really am interested in the Star Trek Voyager game. Like, people are like, one of the negative reviews is it's FTL and I hate FTL, but I love FTL. Like, yes, please. It's the whole no save system that kind of gives me pause. And there's day one DLC. Both of which I'm like, ugh. You know? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not sure where they're even from. I mean, be crazy to import them from Germany, right? We literally make that shit. Yeah, I don't know about the Voyager game. People are complaining about the save system, which gives me pause. Because if it's FTL, I don't give a fuck about that, man. FTL is great, but FTL had an escape, an autosave when you exited the game. Like, there's no. You could save whenever the fuck you want, right? You couldn't load, but right. When you left, it would just save right there, and then you could go back into it right there. Hello. The problem is, I almost certainly go past 2 hours just off of nostalgia and oh my god, alone. You know what I mean? Right? Because it's still starting Voyager, right? I care about that a little bit more than I care about other things, I suppose. Fuck it. So this is basically Persona for a more adult perspective, I suppose. Not perspective. Same guys. More serious. Although Persona is fairly serious when it comes down to it, right? But you know. He's at better days.
滅ぶべきだったのだ。貴様ら、
Well, starts off with cold-blooded murder. See what I mean? It's a little bit more serious than Persona.
この国もな。
なんということだ。陛下のお命が奪われるなど。
王子殿下に続いてこのような急ぎ世継ぎを決めねば王の魔法の継承が途切れて。
そうなれば他国からの侵攻が。
それだけではない。我が国は連合王国。悪くすれば内戦もあろう。
国難にこそ我らは結束せねば。
王殿下か。
誰がこのような。
王の寝所に入れるものなど限られています。ですが。
いや、陛下は王の魔法を継ぐ希代の魔導士。心臓を一突きなど並大抵のものでは。
王子殿下を襲った賊も突然城に現れた。神をも恐れの王族殺し。できる者がいるとすれば。
ルイ。さて、困りましたな。王子殿下はすでに創生。他に王位継承権のある方々には、王の魔法をなす王爵を告げるほど素養ある御人はおられないようだ。こうなると、果たして誰が次の王か。
Look, it's the Epstein files. Redacted.
誰かな？どこからか私を覗き見ているのは、君が何者かはわからないが、私たちの世界に関心があるのかい？興味深いね。名前を教えてくれないか？他の誰でもない、今こちらを見ている君自身の本当の名前を。
はい、私は PJ です。
ほう、珍しい響きだ。こちらの世界ではあまり聞かない。なるほど、君は異教の住人らしい。私のいる世界の出来事は君にとっては絵空事、別の地平の物語、すなわち幻想だ。だが全てが君とは無関係だと言い切れるだろう。
That's probably
こちらの世界に触れようとしているなら、初めに聞いておこう。幻想とは現実に影響をもたらさない無力な作り物か？ただの夢物語ではなく、幻想が己の生きる現実に何かをもたらすこともある。君はそう信じているわけか？私には未だ答えがわからない。だがもしも幻想とは世界がこのままである必要はないという願いなのだとすれば、幻想こそが世界をも作り変える新たな現実となるかもしれない。それを確かめるため、君が体験しようとする物語を見守ってみることにしよう。それでは始まりだ。
うまく入り込めたね。ここを抜ければもうすぐ王都よ。
本当なのか？王様が死んだって。軍は葬式の支度に兵を取られて治安は最悪。ただでさえ妙な怪物が出るとかで兵隊が足りんのに。怪物か。確かに近頃噂を聞くな。おまけに王には世継ぎがいない。後釜争いで揉めるだろう。思いやられるぜ。
何
凱旋者。
諸君、我々は義勇団である。王家も正教ももはや救いにならぬ。軍神ルイ様の世が来るぞ。資金と忠誠を捧げよ。従う者は守る。だが逆らえば
波動機。賊のくせに。
お前、こりゃ珍しいエルダ族か。本当だ。角も長い耳もね。汚れた種族が王都に何のようだ。おっと、なんだ、生意気にこんなもん持ちやがって。待て！逆らうなと言ったろ。おい、騒ぐな！皆殺しにされたいか！
抜いてみて死ぬ覚悟はあるということだな。
邪魔だ！
It definitely starts off way more brutal than Persona ever did. That's like a lot of murders. We just started. I haven't even started the game yet.
もう治安悪すぎでしょ。軍神ルイ様の世が訪れるとか言っちゃって。ちょっと大丈夫？まあ首がつながってるだけマシね。匿名のことはバレずに済んだし、幸運だったと思いましょう。
そっちは大丈夫？
私の心配できるなら大丈夫そうね。分かってると思うけど、私たちの正体が誰かにバレたら終わりだからね。命より重い任務よ。失敗したらもう行き場なんてないんだから。
Hey, stop licking the bottle. Why you always lick the bottle?
大丈夫？行くわよ。止まって。気をつけて。
Yep.
いい？強敵がいるわ。注意して。
Yeah, that way, thank you. Traveling boy. What a name. Okay. Fantasy is dead.
やはり幻想は無力な作り物か。
いい？
Bro, these enemies hurt so much.
体力に注意して。減ってるよ。
Look! More rocks.
一応確認しとくけど、初任務の手順分かってるよね。
手順って。
命より重いって言ったよね。まずは王都に入って歩兵者でこれは王国の命運がでも死ぬのは嫌。絶対やりと。日が暮れる前に抜けないと危険ね。めげずに急がなきゃ。不安は現実に恐るべき怪物。いつもの魔法をかけてあげる。気休この世に初めて生まれた魔法は音楽なのよ。
Random.
見て。あそこね。行くわよ。いい？
Magic-powered semi-automated vehicles designed for traversing the wastelands. Bro, I don't know how do these guys always get like banger music on all their fucking RPGs?
8つの種族と3つの国は魔法の恵みに抱かれる大地。ユークロニア連合王国歴785年。ユークロニアは突然の王の死に揺れていた。不安から種族同士はいがみ合い、格差に引き裂かれ、かつて歌われた英雄譚を覚えている者もない。これはそんな世界を塗り替える幻想の物語。
うわ、でっか。
早くしろよ。
つるせつるせ。違う、俺は何もやってない。嘘つけ、二本足の犬め。楽しきで何でもやる奴らがよ。
かの者を魔導機の正しからざる使用の咎で死刑とする。
タリパス ってだけでいい。
There's a lot of death, man. We haven't even started the game yet.
ひどいだろ。あんた何か恵んでくれよ。ありがとう。俺にも
ちょっと。
恵んでくれよ。
田舎とは違うのよ。まったく。遊びに来たんじゃないからキョロキョロしないで。馬車でも分かったでしょ。あなたと同じ種族なんて一人もいないんだから。にしてもさすが王都ね。いろんな種族が行き交って田舎じゃありえない。でも決まった種族が幅を利かせてるらしいよ。クレマール族とかルサント族とか。ただでさえエルダ族なんて珍しいから絡まれないよう気をつけて。
ねえ聞いた？陛下の話。病気じゃなくて本当は殺されたとか。めったなこと言っちゃダメよ。確か王子様の時もそうじゃなかった？襲われたとかって。嫌だわ、これ跡目争いよね。
勉強で怪物が出たってよ。今度も兵隊を送るらしい。ここんとこ軍はふぬける一方だな。
He's vaping.
ルイ様が中央にいた頃はもっとビシッとしてたのに。
この国どうなっちまうんだろうな。
せめて後継ぎの王子が死んじまってなけりゃな。
陛下が見まかられたこの一大事にもやはり王子殿下の身に変わりはないか。
王国一の聖女ですらも清め得なかった呪い。いかな我らであってもどうすることも。
襲撃から早10年以上だ。お体の衰弱ももはや限界か。このようなやり方、殿下はお許しにならぬであろうが、やむを得まい。殿下を呪い、陛下のお命までも奪ったあの男だけは決して許してはならぬ。軍へと潜り込み、老子に伝令を届けてはもらえぬか。まさかお主に頼むことになるとはな。だがもはや仲間もおらず。
Little old scholar.
これは匿名である。よいか、必ず伝えるのだ。
ねえ聞いてる？まあいろいろ思い出しちゃうのも無理ないか。さ、王都には入れたけどこっからが本番よ。伝令のために同志が潜っ正統後継者の王子殿下がまだ生きてること。バレたら終わりよ。骨は拾えないからか。まずは母兵舎の建物を探しましょう。いい？行ってみましょう。
さて、エスどもが
けしからん。
行ってみましょう。国王様。
pretty big road for
エルダの分際で
shady woman.
困ったね。困ったね。
あんた
素晴らしい。
なに
Looks good. Reminds me a little bit of Attack on Titan. In before the Titans show up.
警備隊仕様の最新型か。これさえありゃちょっとは上位の魔法が使えそうなんだがな。
さすが都会ね。魔導機がこんなに出回ってる。へえ、いろんな形があるもんなのね。
一つくらい欲しい。
いや、いくらすると思ってんの。けど魔法を使うのに道具が必要なんてあんたたちは不便ね。その点私なんか魔法も使えるし、マグロの流れだって見えちゃうし。
ほう、珍しい。妖精にエルダ族の子供か。この辺のものじゃないの。もしそうなら捕まらないよう気をつけることだ。失礼、私がここの店主だ。これなどいかがかな。王爵を模した特別な記念品だ。
王爵って
知らないんだっけ。
王爵は代々の王が証として受け継いできた一本の爵状だ。要は世界最高の性能を持つ魔導機だな。王はそれを抑止力に。
けど後継ぎがいい。
そういうことだ。次期王の魔法の加護は途切れる。何しに来たのかは知らないが、ここは近いうちに一波乱あるだろう。
覚えておきま。
自分の身を守れるのは自分だけだ。
なんか妙な店主だったわね。でも確かにっていうか油売ってられないわ。
向かおう。
て。なんてこと。
Nice hat, bro.
ごめんね。
やってらんないよ。
ああ。
すごいよね。
Very weird design, no? For a church?
そっちは違うでしょ。あそこが母兵舎ね。じゃあここから先は任せる。あ、面接で何か聞かれても任務に触れない限りは素直に答えていい。うまく採用。じゃあ
ああ、貴族出身。
Oddly enough, he is
食うに困らんはずのやつがなんでここに。さては家が落ちぶれたか。
I'm telling you, it's from the food, bro.
家柄で測るのか、俺を軍に入れるのか、入れないのか、どっちだ。
って若造が。
It's not that bad.
いいだろう。入隊は認めてやる。だが軍務では長官命令は絶対だ。死ぬことだって任務に含まれる。青臭い坊ちゃんに現実を叩き込んでやる。せいぜいお国のために死んで役立て。
貴重な味方を脅して統率か。思ってたより能なしの集まりだな。でも安心しろ。この国は俺が変えてやる。
こいつ言わせておけば。
やめとけ。こんなことで医者の仕事を増やすな。
悪運に感謝しとけ。ほら次早くしろ。
I know, right?
はあ、エルダ族だとまだ生き
Bro.
残ってたんだな。年は18の
He doesn't even
兵士としてはうってつけだな。
doesn't even need to get better.
理由は何だ。
Alex Kurtzman is that much of a hack.
この国を変えたいか。
随分熱いことを言うやつだ。で、軍でどういう活躍ができる？得意なことはあるのか？
小さい分、すばしっこいです。
確かに。逃げ足だけは
I
速
know.
そうだな。
They were contracted for 2 right off the bat.
字は書けるか？書けるなら
I'm thinking like Alex Kurtzman's probably like along the lines of Epstein. He's got dirt on a lot of people because there's no way otherwise they would give this guy the chance to direct anything at all. Dude's a total fucking loser.
いいだろう。貴様の入隊を認める。
やった。
知っての通り、怪物騒ぎやらで人手が足らん。生半可な覚悟じゃ。では、受付の中で装備一式と新兵用の魔導機を貸し与える。受け取っておけ。行ってよし。
If you break it, you buy it. That's very American. That guy's clearly a character. I don't know if you were here the whole time, but there's already been like 4 murders. Like, we haven't even started the game yet. It's definitely a lot more adult than Persona is.
見たこともない怪物だっけ。兵士が足りないのはそいつにやられるからとか。確か名前は人間。
よし、次。クレマール族か。違う。見かけない種族だな。まさかエルダ族ってやつか。こりゃ珍しい。
どけ。こっちが優先だ。こんなガキに貴重な魔導機の無駄だろ。たくまいましい。俺ならもっと手柄をあげられる。こいつはもらうぜ。
強いなら奪うのは当然か。
なんだてめえ。
戦う理由は誰にだってある。列に並べ。
うるせえクレマール族だ。自分が全部正しいと思い込んでやがる。
There's also we're like 10 minutes into the game. There's been like nothing but racism so far. I'm already on board.
俺とそれから彼にもだ。
おい、そこの新兵ども、死闘は禁止だ。
騒いで悪かったな。大丈夫か。
はい、大丈夫です。
正直助かった。やりたくてやったことだ。気にするな。じゃあな。親父にするなよ。
No promises.
たく、揉め事はごめんだぜ。ほら。
Don't make your job. Dude, I was just standing here. The fuck?
最近のものは初めからマグラの結晶もついてて、練習次第で誰でもそこそこに魔法が使える。ま、1日で使いこなせとは言われねえよ。それとだ。
すっごい。外は危険なのによく調べてある。
聞け、新兵ども。今日から貴様らひよっこどもを預かる兵士長のクリンゲルである。
クリンゲルである。
陛下が崩御され、多くの兵が国葬を警備する。だが、貴様ら新兵風情には荷が重いというものだ。よって貴様らにはまず訓練を兼ねて北の国境近くの砦の警備に向かってもらう。あそこは歴戦の兵士も多い。可愛がってもらえ。
よしよし、狙い通り。同志はその北部国境の砦に潜入中よ。
今夜はせいぜい最後の
今夜やまだ
味を味わっておけ。では解散。
今夜や山田。
かなりの数が集められてる。よっぽど兵が不足してたの
今夜や山田。
そういえば潜入してる同士とは初対面だろうけど、あんたの剣を見せれば大丈夫よ。それが死者の証になってるから。向こうの顔は知ってるし安心して。それじゃ明日のために早めに休みましょう。ねえ、起きてる？
I am now.
寝てる。
起きてるじゃん。なんかいろいろあったから眠れなくて。話には聞いてたけど未だにこうも差別されるとはね。大丈夫だった？
こんなもんだろ。
私はそこまで割り切れないけど、怪物騒ぎも汚れた種族たちのせいだって噂してる人もいるみたいだし、ま、昔エルダ族の集落を焼き討ちにしてきた連中だもんね。
昔の話だ。
それはそうかもしれないけどさ。けど王子だけは誰でも分け隔てなく優しくしてくれた。そうだ、あんたがいつも読んでる本、王子にもらったものでしょ。見せてくれない？
別にいいけど。
気になってはいたんだよね。ありがとう。確か幻想小説ってやつだっけ。実際には存在しない幻想の世界を描いた珍しい本よね。王子が好きそうな話だわ。何々？その世界には種族は一つだけ。誰もが互い一つだけ？私みたいな様子。彼らに魔法は必要ない。学びと手技だけで天をつくガラスの塔。闇のない安全な夜。行き交う。そして満たされた彼らの方に魔法がなくて、種族の争いもなくて、命もってあんたもう寝てるの？おやすみ。
休んでなくていいの？
大丈夫。今日は君と話しておきたいと思ってね。僕の夢はいつか王国がこの本に描かれた国みたいになることだ。理想世界を描いた小説だったね。どの種族が偉いとか汚れているとか、生まれて人生が全部決まってしまう、そんな世の中は終わりにしたい。この里のエルダ族だってそうさ。君らは何もしてないし僕をかくまってくれた。なのに火まで放たれて、もう誰もあんな目に遭ってほしくない。誰かが変えないと。大丈夫か？無理できる体じゃ。現実が残酷なのは分かってる。でも最後まで諦めたくないんだ。僕は王子。王様になる者は英雄でなきゃいけない。英雄？辛い時こそ先頭に立って困難を打ち倒す人のことさ。父上から教わったんだ。この国にはかつてそんな英雄がたくさんいたって。だから諦めない。どんな生まれの人でも自分の未来は信じていられる。そんな理想の国をね。笑われるかもしれないけどきっとできるさ。 いつもそうだった。苦しい時に君がいたからどんなことも乗り越えられた。叶えよう。君ならなれるよ、英雄に。僕だって諦めないよ。どんなことがあっても。
国境の砦到着まであと1日。
ここだな。
The Annex War.
忘れないで。そうね。
Capital of the Kingdom of Ukrainia. What the fuck?
ここだな。
ここは。
ここ。
忘れないで。じゃあ。
新兵を乗せた馬車は目的地へとたどり着く。北部国境の砦。併合戦争の時代、隣国との国境の山あいに建てられた砦である。だが近年、怪物の増加によって王都の守りの重要度は増しており、送り込まれる兵士の数は再び増えつつある。新米の兵士たちは砦へと続く急勾配の坂の手前で馬車から降ろされることになる。
やっと着いたか。全身が石みたいだ。
おい、そこの若造、戦場で隙を見せるな。国境は平地でも揉め事が起こる。常在戦場だ。背筋を伸ばせ。幾多の視線をくぐったこのクリンゲル様が兵の心構えを解いてやる。あれはそう、偵察任務の時だった。
付き合いきれん。それよりお前が読んでた本だが、どんなとこが面白いんだ？うまく言えないけど、確か幻想世界を書いた小説だったよな。要は理想郷を書いてるわけか。本はそれなりに読んで、死んだ国王もあれで即位したての頃は言うわ。だが途中で投げ出して不可能だと証明しただけに終わった。
貴様、 新兵の分際で陛下の悪口か？言いたいことがあんならはっきり言えよ。あ？
すいませんでした。
ああ、見ろ。まあいい。今回はそいつに免じて許してやるが。
やれやれ。確かに個人を思ったことがすぐ口に出るたちでな。だがまだ名乗ってなかったな。俺はストロールだ。アリア伯レオン・ストロール。お前の名は？
という名だ。
うん、いい響きだ。嫌いじゃない。身分の違いは忘れていい。新兵同士。
という話があったわけだ。よし、では貴様らひよっこどもには
誰か。
俺は兵士か？おい、大丈夫か？何があった？
気をつけて。
我が隊のものじゃない。
アラームアラーム。
まさか陛下なき今を狙って隣国が反乱を。とにかく全員急ぎ砦に向かえ。
待て、状況もわからないのにか。
教官命令である。逆らうのか？臆するな。貴様らも栄光ある王国軍兵士だ。手柄を立てろ。
もうやるしかねえ。よし。
Dumbasses。
くそ、無視もで。
How about a plan?
ねえ、なんていうか匂いがする。
おい、どうかした？お前それまさか妖精か？
自分の連れなんだ。
まあそういうこと。あと呼ぶなら名前で呼んで。ガリカって立派な名前があるんだから。
連れなのか？
無駄に騒がれたくなかっただけよ。
ああ、無能な上官に付き合って無駄死にする気はない。お前魔導機は？
さあどうだろう。使ったことないだ。
分かった。とにかく安心しろ。付き合うぜ。
Brave fighter。
参ったわね。あんたは戦わないで慎重に進んでいきましょう。
The music is pretty fucking good though so far. I love that shit, dude.
そうか。
A union of allied kingdoms spans the kingdom of Ukrainia, the Principality of Oceania, and the Principality of Monterio. Ukrainia being the suzerain, with its king holding authority over all three kingdoms. The original king Hytlodius was this United Nations' first ruler and is often referred to as the founder king. The continent is surrounded by fast-running currents, and ships can only set anchor from the southern inland sea, where the otherwise swift currents are less violent. As a result, there have been few invasions from overseas, and the three countries have achieved long histories. The capital of the kingdom is Grand Trad, the largest city in the kingdom, located in north-central Ukrainia. The most widespread religion is Sanctism, established as a state religion under the reign of the most recent monarch, King Hytlodius V. Condemned by the Sanctist Church for inheriting a dangerous magic heretical to the teachings of the Church. Clemars have a broad diversity of facial and body types, which has essentially made them average. I'm definitely Clemar. They enjoy cultivating discussion, but do not always consider the situation or appropriateness of doing so, which occasionally leads to conflict. Guilty as charged. I hear that. Genial youth who values justice with a good head on his shoulder. Comes from a noble family but seems to have complex circumstances that led him to enlist in the army, typically a commoner profession. Though new recruits grumble at being ordered to refer to each other by their surnames in order to prevent over-familiarity, Stroll doesn't seem to mind. Lol, it's forbidden. The book Shinji carries with him. It's a memoir-style novel depicting a country with neither magic nor a notion of tribes, where people are not discriminated by birth. Quite literally a fantasy world. It was designated as a forbidden text by the Sanctist Church 10 years prior, and most copies are thought to have been burned, making it hard to come by in present day. It is a well-bound book that would be unusual for a commoner to own. Exactly. Das mag nicht. Sounds of Batoru. Oh, Batoru over. See? It's a little bit more violent than Persona.
出やがった。こいつが人間か。
I mean, doesn't look like a human. Let's go. What?
生き残りを助けに行くぞ。急ぐぞ。
Why are they calling these things human? I need explanations, guys. What the fuck?
どうだ。いいか。頼んだぜ。大丈夫だ。先制攻撃だ。さあ、
覚悟しなさい。
Here's how you can tell it's a Persona game. Wow, that UI is very familiar. What is this combat music, bro?
落ち着いていこう。燃え尽きろ。あと一息か。
Ow.
やっと一息つけそうだな。よし。
やった。
キャットどうだ。押し切った。残り一つ。いいね。
その調子。
やっぱまだ耐える。炎の
What a waste.
意外と楽勝だったな。悪くないな。さらなる高みを目指す。
Oh, whoa. Ooh. Oh, I don't know yet. It says retain on these points, yeah.
これで片付いたか。
I don't know yet.
気をつけろ。このまま落ちる。続けて攻めて空気をな。強い。挑む相手を間違えたな。
Hopefully I'm allowed to control the other characters eventually.
先制攻撃だ。一気に行くぞ。
It was the same in Persona, like they started out automatic. But you could turn them to manual almost immediately, so...
これでもう近くに敵は残ってないね。
キュッカッ。
いいもの発見。もらっておきましょう。
せっせい。
安全よ。異常なし。
待て。気をつけろ。
ねえ。いい？
一気に攻める。先手だ。今のピンチだ。行くぞ。燃えろ。まだ耐える。燃え尽きろ。
That thing was called Homo
挑む
Open.
相手を間違えたな。
敵は倒しきったみたい。しばらく安全よ。
おせっせい。いいの拾ったな。かっやっ。
Sounds like humans evolved into some weird shit.
見て。
どうだ。よし。今の一気に行こう。意外と楽勝だったな。よし。敵はもういないな。
Bro, this guy's last act was to be racist against me. Like... Definitely not Persona. Like... What the fuck? Kinda hilarious, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. ちょっと待て。お前。なるほどな。なんだ。
今のって。
急ぐぞ。
急ぎましょう。
キャッ。セッ。 先手だ。加減はしない。強い。やるね。ストロール。
いけるよ。敵残り1体。あともうちょっと。
All the weird ones are called homo something. Homo.
よし。次も自信を持っていこう。よし。また強くなったよ。
I don't know what to put my points in. I know it.
いいもの拾ったね。
Too obvious.
押し切った。今の好機かな。やっと戻った。いつもこう行きたいもんだ。
これで片付いたみたいね。
このまま押し切る。続けて攻める。行くぞ。炎よ、まだ耐える。燃え尽きろ。
Big.
こんなところで止まってられない。
これでもう近くに敵は残ってないね。
せい。キャッキャッカーッ。キャッカッ。セットキャッやっ。先制攻撃。挑む相手を間違えたな。
まだ敵が残ってるみたい。
よし、一気に行こう。一気に行こう。やっ、強い。いつもこう行きたいもんだ。注意しろ、まだいるぜ。さて、どうだ、押し切った。今の好機かな。最後、次も炎の力だ。やれるようになってきたのかな。キャッカッやっ。このまま押し切る。キャッよし、よし、一気に行こう。やった、あと一つ。あと一息か。
It's fine, it's stunned. Big.
挑む相手を間違えたな。
これでもう大丈夫ね。
むしろ行くぞ。
どうする？確かに。準備はいい？ええ。
とんでもない迫力だ。
人間。
これ以上好きにはさせない。なんとか食いと人間、こいつがこいつらが
Dirty ass humans.
とにかくやるしかないよ。
Homo Gorleo.
行くぞ。炎よ。化け物が。はあ。
何これ？
ふっやっうら。これほどか。俺が奴を引きつける。
でも
いいか、貴族が民より後にしじゃあな。うわはあ。すまない。
嘘でしょ？返事してってば。
大丈夫か。バカ野郎、早く逃げ。
汝定めを課せられしこの憂いを抱える旅人よ。あなたはやがて王となる定めの子。今は分からず、いずれ全てが回り出す。道は二つに一つ。その試練へと赴くか、ここで倒れ伏すか。さあ、選ぶのです。
選ぶ。
いいでしょう。恐れと向き合う魂には英雄が目覚める。己自身に命じなさい。内なる英雄の姿に変われと。己の心に。
Okay. Go, go, Power Rangers!
「今の一体何が？」
風よ。
聞いてる？大丈夫？このままだとまずいよ。あいつの攻撃。頭の羽と足の歯で攻撃してくるみたい。
シーカー
狙えない？
突きやれろ。
その調子。
落ち着いていこう。
そのまま攻撃を続けて。
さっき残った。この力で風よ。一気に攻める。大丈夫。
他の場所も狙える。
加減はしない。突きやれろ。
Lame. From an apple. Full heal from an apple.
体の一部を食べてる。これじゃあ攻撃しても回復されちゃ。まさか体の一部を自分で食べるなんて。あのリンゴ叩き落としちゃう。回避成功。さすが。
行くぞ。風よ。
あのリンゴみたいなのどうにかしなきゃ。そうね。了解。ならもう回復もできないはず。今のうちにやっちゃいましょう。
加減はしない。突きやれろ。この力で風よ。まだ耐える。行くぞ。
I was kinda hoping that would do more than 20 damage.
加減はしない。
No!
王者の魂をここに。悪くないな。いい手応えだ。
本当の力とはすなわち願い。心より譲るもの。古来よりその試練に立ち向かった者だけが願いを叶え美徳の道を示すもの。あなたに目覚めたのはそんな英雄の精神。すべて世界を変えたいのならその力を手に旅に出るのです。
何今の。っていうかあんたもいきなり心臓が金属みたいに変わった。見て。
誰か生きの。
その声、クライアンよかった。
お前カリカか。
ほら、彼が例の同志よ。伝令を届ける相
手ひどくやられてるな。肩を貸して。血の匂いで獣が寄ってくる。急いで。気を失ってるだけのようだ。ここ
改めて久しぶりね、グライアス。とんだ再会になっ。
お互い生き残ったんだ。上出来だ。加勢できずすまなかったな。そいつは新顔か。しかしなぜ
あんなの私もは。
まあな。それより今は
うん時間も惜しいから伝えるね。グライアス、今回国王暗殺犯のルイを殺。
そうか、ついにか。公表されてないが陛下の死が殺しだって話は軍じゃもう公然の秘密だ。ルイめ、
それだけじゃない。事態は一刻を争うの。里の秘宝で遠見の鏡というそうよ。
王子殿下、呪いの茨は。
特にはやっぱり術者のルイの命を絶つしかないみたい。それにもたもたしてたら次の王様が勝手に決められちゃ
う。わかるように話。
15年ほど前、子供同然の弱いで志願してきた一人の新兵が図抜けた軍祭で周りを驚かせ怪物と噂になった。ルイ・グイヤベル、傭兵と魔法戦の天才だ。一時は最年少で将軍かとまで噂されたが、ある日
王子の襲撃事件ね。
王子殿下は敵の魔導士の魔法を受け死の呪いに侵された。今や王子殿下だけでなく陛下をも手にかけた大罪人。万が一にも玉。
でも王都を歩いてみた感じ、ルイの支持者って割と多かったんだけど。
ルイの手際は見事で物証は何も出なかった。疑いは残ったが投獄はできず、結局地方へ領違いされるだけにとどまった。それに奴は現場の軍人たちからは有能な上官として今でも支持が厚い。実際奴が中枢にいた頃の国軍は圧倒的だった。長年くすぶっていたと悔しいが奴は確かに強い。武術に魔法、紛れもなく天才だ。世の中に納得できず力を求めてる連中の憧れなのさ。
グライアスがそこまで言うなんて。
その仕事、
そっちは部外者だったわけか。
さっきので魔導機も壊れちまったに。
ねえグライアス、助かったのは彼もいたからよ。
お前、仲間でもない初対面だったこいつに命を
戦いで貴族が平民より後に死ぬのは恥だ。
妙な動きを見せたら。
それじゃ
だが俺たちが助かったことは伏せる。身を隠すには大義を遂げるまでその命預からせてもらう。
やるしかない。
国葬にはルイも現れる。それまでに王都に戻れないと勝機はない。
だが街道を通れば検問に遭うだろう。そこで別の道を使うぞ。
But how bad? He doesn't want to be picked up there.
この先の廃鉱山を迂回せずに中を突っ切る。今夜は傷を癒しておけ。明朝に
今夜はまだ
頼むぞ。
ここから本当の任務が始まるのね。
これで少しは落ち着けるな。お前ら二人は今日のが初仕事か。初陣で人間に出くわすとはな。
Goddamn humans.
あいつらは何なんだ。
人間の生態は謎だらけだ。マグラに守られ、確かなのはここ数年被害が増える一方だってことだ。俺が砦に潜入して
何か掴んだのか。
えらく食いついてくるな。夜は長い。他にも聞きたいことはあるか。
任務について聞いておきたい。
この頭数で正面からは挑めない。ルイは王族殺しの大罪人だが、人間を討伐できる武力を持ってるからだ。軍が手を焼いてる間に奴もある意味怪物さ。お前より若い頃から天才軍師として。
そんな相手を俺。
国葬の人混みを利用するしかないだろうな。ルイだ、必ず仕留める。
Human. Unknown monsters with bizarre forms unlike any natural beast. Their bodies hold immense amounts of volatile magla, and they rampage through their surroundings indiscriminately. Despite their berserk nature marking little sign of intelligence, they can wield advanced magic beyond the grasp of all sentient beings. Many aspects of their biology and ecology remain a total mystery. Given their unnatural physical resilience... You mind? Large specimens can wipe out entire armies. Although there have been sightings of humans since antiquity, actual encounters are incredibly rare, and they have long been dismissed from being any real threat. However, recent years have seen them appearing with more rapid frequency across the Crown's lands, which has the people uneasy. When an archetype's power causes a transformation, the first stage is that of the heart becoming a metallic object of unknown origin. To activate the power, the wielder must announce their determination and their hopes for it into their newly made heart, which urges the body to awaken. This outcry is akin to the battle cries of heroes past who were known to call upon archetypes in the face of danger. It could be said that the transformation makes the wielder an ideal vision of themselves. The lingering malevolent magic sustained by the prince during his assault 12 years ago. At the time of the incident, great minds from all over the country attempted to break the curse, yet none were successful. Those who can see the flow of magla say it resembles poisonous briar vines entwined around the sleeping prince. Mysterious looking glass tinged with magic, entrusted to Gallica by the Resistance for her secret mission. This pair of identical mirrors reflects the view of the other, no matter the distance separating them. Gallica possesses one half of the pair while the other remains by the prince, allowing her to check on his condition at any time. Originally owned by the prince, it is a small item that is impossible to make with contemporary technology. Some believe it may in fact be a divine relic. Hidden village whose name and location are kept secret from the world. The prince afflicted by a curse is being sheltered and receiving treatment here. This is also where Shinji and Gallica were issued their secret mission. An assassination attempt on the prince 12 years ago. Assailants infiltrated the palace to attack the prince as he was sleeping, catching the royal guards by surprise. With their sudden appearance within the secured grounds. Though these loyal guards gave panicked chase, they ultimately made a cataclysmic blunder. Not only did they allow the prince to be harmed, they failed to capture the assailants or even ascertain their identities. The assailant who made direct contact with the prince was a mage who fled the palace after casting a high-level curse. Thanks to the efforts of the royal healers, the prince avoided an untimely demise, but they were unable to free him from this affliction. According to the royal guards who fought the band of assassins, the only clue regarding the identity of the mage was they were patently not an adult. This assailant was able to arrange a sneak attack within the palace, had a masterful command of high-level curse magic, and the appearance of a child. By all accounts, the only person to match these unique criteria was Louis, who was afterwards strongly condemned by all in the palace. However, no evidence could be found and justice is still yet to be served. Arvid Grius, a veteran Roag warrior and resistance member alongside Shinji and Gallica. He infiltrated the ranks of the army and has been working as a covert operative. Gallica was entrusted with delivering secret orders to him. Louis Guillabern, whatever, a Clemar Royal Army officer of great renown who managed to become nobility at an exceptionally young age. He possesses extraordinary skills as both a warrior and an archmage, but even more highly regarded are his capabilities as a military strategist, for which his superior insight and grasp of psychology set him apart. His faculties as a young soldier were so shrewd that his own allies came to grow wary of him, calling him a monster in the making. He prizes rationality above all else, strictly adhering to a policy of appointing officers by their capabilities alone, without regard for tribe or origin. As a result, senior officials accuse him of trying to undermine tradition. However, he now wields an influence far beyond the typical officer, and many believe he will be the youngest person ever to be appointed the army's highest ranking position of general. Oh, what was this?
Hmm? そうだな。
そうか。
いいか。
ねえ、眠れない？まあでもできるだけ体は休めといてね。
地面が硬く。
我慢しなきゃ。オートまでの実はね、さっきあんたを導くことが私さ、あんま導けてないよね。伝令任務だけってこんな危険な目に遭わせるつもりはなかったの。
別に
私、戦いじゃ役に立てないけど、 あんたの霊の力当てにしてる。そうだ、寝つけない時こそ残念だけどこの世界は小説とは違う。だから今だけはおやすみ。
おやすみなさい。
やあ、よく来たね。待っていたよ。どうやら面白い力を手にしたようだ。
This game's Igor?
やはり君は興味深い。
I prefer Igor.
ほう、君がその小説に心を馳せることでつながるみたいだな。自己紹介させてもらうよ。僕の名はモア。君が持つその本の作者さ。そしてここは
Bro. I don't know why it's doing that.
僕の書斎だ。なかなかだろう。ある力を研究するためにわざわざしつらえた知の伝道さ、アカデメイアと僕は呼んでいる。だが僕は実はここから出られない。弾圧され閉じ込められたんだ。正教を報じる王によってね。僕は幽閉の際に何かされたようで、
Dude's wearing
ここ
heels.
が王国のどこなのかを
Gay?
どうしても思い出せない。外に声も届かず途方に暮れていたが、君が現れた。なぜだか君とだけは魔法を介して意識がつながるようだ。どうだ、僕と手を組まないか。
手を組むって？
君には知りたいことがあるはずだ。例えば君に目覚めた謎の力、あれは何なのか。あれこそが本来の魔法。魔導器なんか必要ない。人はその身に宿したマグラだけで姿さえも変えられるのさ。中でもあれは伝説とされる魔法の秘音。僕はアーキタイプと呼んでいる。
アーキタイプ？
英雄的な美徳の心、英雄像を持つ者だけに現れるという変身の力だ。歴史に現れた英雄たちの中には半身のような姿で書き残された者が多くいる。それらが真実だったということさ。でも力を君ほど自在に扱ったという記述は見たことがない。君なら力を得ただけじゃなく極められるかもしれない。アーキタイプの究極、それはきっとこの世のあらゆる災い、どんなに恐ろしい邪竜をも打ち払う真の英雄の力だ。君がそうなってくれれば王国に理想を取り戻したいという僕の夢もきっと叶うだろう。君が力を使いこなせるようあらゆる知識と手助けを惜しまないつもりだ。どうだい、手を組んでもらえるか。
わかった。
取引成立だな。
理想郷を追い求める研究者モー彼こそ探求者の美徳を心に宿すの。彼との絆を育てることであなたが眠る新たな力が目覚めるでしょう。
君の綴る物語を見せてくれ。 君とは近いうちにまた会うだろう。大きな楽しみが増えたな。期待しているよ。国葬まであと5日。
着替えは済んだな。よし、ここからは隠密行動だ。オートまで誰にも見つからないように戻る必要がある。そこでこの先の山林を突っ切って、そこから廃鉱山の坑道を使って抜ける。
それならこっそりオートまでつけそうね。
ではお前が先鋒を務めろ。実戦訓練だ。例の力にも実戦で慣れておけ。
そういえばグライアス、あの力について何か知ってそうだったけど。
あれは正しい道を歩む者だけが使える力と聞いている。昔任務中に存在を知る機会があってな。初めは半信半疑だったが、その片鱗を見せられて確かな力だと感じた。戦う者としての直感だ。何とか手にできないかと研究も修練も重ねたが、俺には届かなかった。それをまさかここで目にするとはな。
グライアスにもそんな時代があったんだな。
忘れるなよ。お前は少しでもおかしな真似をしたら殺す。
覚悟の上だ。
見張っているからな。
分かってる。
では迷わないよう正しい道筋を確認するぞ。
ここ。
それなら
よし。
ここだな。
油断するな。よし。
ノルド廃鉱山。オートの北西に位置するマグラ結晶の鉱山である。オートから近い利便さを買われ、盛んに発掘が行われていたが、近年政教府からの急の達しで閉山が言い渡された。一行は森を抜け、今や人気を失った鉱山への林道へ踏み入っていく。
どうした？
いや、
油断するな。
あれ見て。
行くぞ。
進むわよ。
A mine dug in the hills of northwest Ukraine. Due to the abundance of high-quality magma crystals, the mining efforts had long been run under the king's direct authority. However, some sort of catastrophic accident took place several years ago, costing many lives, and the mine was temporarily closed until the cause of the incident could be removed. However, the mines remain shuttered even now, and they're generally thought of as abandoned. Nevertheless, as ample magma veins still remain in the... Wow, let me start that again. Nevertheless, as ample magma veins still remain and the mine's entrance was never sealed off, the past years have seen a reliable influx of daredevils who come seeking their instant fortune in the mine's remaining prizes, which has led to its own associated problems. A mysterious power that Shinji has awakened to. Shining magma engulfs the entire body, transforming it into a giant figure reminiscent of a hero. It seems to be a sort of magic, but clearly not the same kind as the igniters used by the army. Everything about it deviates from what is commonly known of magic. A mysterious room described by Moore as a hall of wisdom. Reminiscent of a researcher's study, the chamber is filled with all manner of objects rarely seen elsewhere, from books containing secret knowledge regarding archetypes to forbidden texts and tools which accurately map the movement of the stars among countless others. An enigmatic young man imprisoned in a peculiar study called academia. He first contacted Shinji during a particularly trying moment by somehow linking their consciousnesses. Though he is undoubtedly an ally, many mysteries surround him, such as his knowledge that igniters are not essential to magic, or his profound expertise on archetypes. Bro, that system is actually kinda brilliant. What the hell? I was wondering why they put in like the real-time combat attacks, and now I know, right? Because it still gave you like a little bit, but you just needed to like smack him, right? Yeah, I kind of like that. That's an interesting. Because in most RPGs, that's actually kind of an annoying thing, right? Like the low level. Because you go in, you have to load the battle. You murk them in like 1 or 2 hits. You go out, continue. In this, you just like, you don't even have to go into the battle because you just whack them outside the battle and then they die because they're weaker. I like that.
それなら
これじゃあ戦闘は避けられなさそうね。
このまま押し切る。いつも通りに行こう。
He's probably not weak to wind, right? It's flyer. Still good damage though.
次も自信を持っていこ
これで片付いたか。
簡単にやられはしない。王者の魂をここに。
Big. Shit.
一見落着だな。
一気に攻める。勝つ。どうだ。
また一歩前進したね。敵がいるよ。油断しないで。
押し切った。今だ。やっ
くらえ。この目は任せた。
すごいやモグライアス。
意外と楽勝だったな。
敵をあらかた倒した。これで小休止か。
このまま押し切る。先手だ。今だ。この力で突きやれろ。最後だ。悪くない。
缶詰を頼む。
はあ。
呆れたものだな。
Hard bus.
片付いたな。しばらくは安定だ。なんだい。どうだ。なあ。
Can I click Cellal? I don't know if this is a use.
がとうよ。
敵がこっちに気づいたわ。
先制攻撃だ。加減はしない。風よ、このまま追い詰める。その息だ。
残したか。
敵残り2体。油断しないでね。ミライアス、攻撃力が低下してるよ。
やっ、あと一つ。
いけるよ。
思ったより耐えるな。
まずい、敵の攻撃が来るわ。
油断したな。行くぞ。
やっと一息つけそうだな。
これでもう近くに敵は残ってないね。
一気に攻める。先手だ。行くぞ。王者の魂をここに。最後まで油断できる。挑む相手を間違えたな。この戦い負けられない。
Wrong button.
食らえ。大目を任せた。
負けるか。やっとまだ耐える。なんとかなったね。
まだ敵が残ってるみたい。注意して。
やった、
能力上昇。あいつ強敵よ。油断しないで。
捕らえた。敵がいるな。接近戦だ。やってやるさ。俺たちの番だな。シーカー、引きやれろ。あと一つ。落ち着いていこう。やれるようになってきたのかな。近くにまだ敵がいるぞ。気をつけろ。ふっけってどうだ。続けて攻める。
残した。
思ったより耐えるな。この調子でいこう。これで片付いたか。捕らえた。このまま押し切る。この戦い負けられない。行くぞ。
食らえ。甘かった。
こんなところで止まってられない。
もうこの辺りに敵はいないようだ。
ちょっと。
Irked shoulder.
やるしかないな。
兵隊相手は初めて。突きやれろ。
モンドール、見たことねえぞ、あんなのは。魔導機じゃねえのか。
はあ、行くぜ。
来やがれ。
今はこうだ。
こっちの番だぜ。
下がれよ。詰めるよ。間合いを取る。前へ。耐える。
容赦しねえぞ。おとなしくしな。来るのか。
行くぞ。シーカー風よ。
大詰めを頼む。
はあ、
往生際が悪いもしな。はあ、そうだ。来るのか。
この力で落ち着こう。ふっやっ。
Yo, yeah, same guys, but it's less teen. The opening 5 to 10 minutes of the game, like a bunch of murders happened, a crap ton of racism, like it went straight for the jugular, bro. They don't give a fuck. But it basically is Persona. Same guys. I know Persona also has like murder and stuff, but it's like way more. Persona is basically like it's a teen dating sim with a detective mystery in some weirdo world, right? This started out with a dude assassinating the king. He also cursed his kid. We saw someone get hanged. Get hung, sorry. Not hanged. No, get hanged. I was right. Sorry. We saw someone get hanged. They tried to rob the garage I was in all the way at the intro. Some dude tried to run away, got slashed in the back. Then some other lady slashed the slasher in the back. Like, there's like a lot of murder, like immediately right off the bat. I think they wanted to make sure that I knew I wasn't playing Persona. Oh yeah, and the monsters are called human. They're humans. I don't know. So, what you've missed so far, besides what I just explained, we're a friend of the son of the king, the prince. We're trying to save him from the curse that was placed on him. We came to the city to join the military so that we could find that guy and give him a message that he's supposed to assassinate somebody. That's basically what happened up until now. When we got recruited, we were sent to where this guy was, which was like a training fort on the border. But when we got there, it was being attacked by a human, which is like a monster from Persona, but they're called humans. I don't know yet. I awoke my persona. It's not persona. It's the same thing, dude. Like I awoke my persona, and now we're here, trying to get back from the border region back to the main city without being spotted. So we're part of some resistance. Because the guy who did the king slaying and the prince cursing is like 10 years ago, but the prince has been living with that, is one of the generals of the kingdom, supposedly, right? That's what's being told. I don't know if that's true yet, but I mean, he's definitely killed the king. We saw that in a cutscene. But I swear, man, you could turn... Can I just not do that yet? Like, I can't do anything with these guys. Oh, it still says guests. Okay. They're attacking on their own, and it's annoying me. So now I gotta go through this mine. I wanna know why they call them humans. That's not what a human looks like. What? Also, the music, as you can tell, is something else. The combat music is hilarious. Some dude starts... You'll see. I can't even explain it. It's like a weird mix of throat singing, but it's not throat singing. Intimidating soldier. Ridiculing soldier.
Mate.
Oh, they were weak. I like this system as well. So it's basically like an old RPG. When you strike something, you don't actually go into battle though. You can, like, if they're weak, lower than your level, you can just hit them once and they'll die and give you the exact amount of experience that you're supposed to get. But if they're not weak, then you have to fight an actual battle. Like, oh, this guy's unknown, so I don't actually know. Yeah, it's still weak. Right? Yeah, it's an interesting system. Well, you can also do this. So if they weren't weak, I would break them and then go into the squad battle, and then you start off by doing an attack and stunning them. Everyone dies as well. Like in the fort where I had to go and for this guy. One of the dudes is dying because they just got attacked by the human. One of the dudes is dying on the stairs, and his last thing to do was be racist to me because I talked to him before he died. Like, that was literally his last act, was to be racist towards me. A fucking Eldar or an Elda. God damn it, please don't touch me. I don't want to fucking. And then he died. Like, bro, what the fuck? The general. Merchants who travel from town to town selling regional specialties from across the kingdom at higher markup. They are invariably veteran travelers, even willing to explore caves and other places where the world's monsters are most likely to lurk. Their sense of adventure and the rarity of their goods often inspire awe in those who have never ventured outside their town's borders. Bro, I gotta turn the music down a little. It's so fucking overwhelming. I took damage like an idiot. The fat general.
やはりあんたか。俺たち以外に生き残りなんて砦に行かなかったあんたしか考えられないからな。
まさか3人も生き残り近くの兵たちまで倒すとはな。
誰も生き残らない予定だったか。貴様、あそこに人間が現れると知っていたな。
前から目撃情報は多かったからな。餌を増やして誘ったのさ。もっとも到着する前から暴れていたのは想定外だったがな。
みすみす死に行かせたのか。何のためだ。
国軍では人間に勝てない。その無力な現実を民にはっきり分からせる必要があるのだ。
軍の評判が下がることで得をする輩がいるわけだ。お上の兵隊は頼りにならない。お助けを救世主様ってな。
救世主。こいつまさかルイの手下か。
いや。
民は哀れなほどに愚かな。このくらいやらねば王国の救い主が誰なのか理解できない。
そんなことのために。
今に始まったことではない。新兵どころか村一つを見捨てて人間に滅ぼさせたこともあるわ。
村を 見捨てただと。まさかお前ら。7年前6月最初の火の曜日、北の丘陵でハリアという村が滅んだ。
ああ、そんな名前だったかもしれんな。
俺はな、クリンゲル。俺はその村の生き残りだ。
動くな。
助けて。貴様らは誘い込まれたのだ。検問のない道はここだけ。計算済みよ。
どこまでも腐ってやがる。貴様のようなクズ、命に変えても許さん。
汝遺恨に焼かれし人よ、憂いを抱える旅人。
Persona number 2.
あなたがまた道を選ぶ時です。汝王道を照らす輝ける星よ、目覚めなさい。
これは
No, no. The humans are the monsters.
上様に見捨てられればもはや行き場はない。こんなところでしくじるわけにはいかんのだ。貴様らに現実を叩き込んでや
現実だと。力ある者が義務を果たさず、罪なき者が死んでいく。そんなものが現実なら俺が全部壊してやる。うわ我が名はレオンストロール・ダ・ハリエイタス。民も領地も家族すらも今はない。残ったものはただ一つ、この身に流れる貴族の血。貴様ら悪を打ち滅ぼす尊き者の使命だけだ。
See, it's just Persona. Like, the way they awaken the Persona is to rip it. Their heart transforms into like a metallic thing. They rip it out and then state their intent. Like, so random.
彼にまで同じ力が。
なんだか知らんが、そのような脅しに負けるものか。この魔導機の力で焼き払ってやる。
部下を盾に保身に走るか。ふさわしい目に遭う。
魔導機の力は強力だ。大将間違うな。
恥ずかしくないか。風よ。
すぐに終わらせる。死ね。こいつ生意気な。
Does that work double?
ファイター。
I think it just might.
叩き切る。
そんな攻撃。
大丈夫。シーカー。突きやれろ。
無駄だ。死ね。
Wait, what about the old guy?
死ね。
食らえ。残したかもめ。
うら。
さっさと
加減はしない。
無駄だ。
死ね。
おら。
くそ。
死ね。
ファイター。どう。往生際が悪い。
ふっやっ。
知らずどもめ。死ね。外れてたと。
食らえ。
はあ、ここは守りだ。
貴様らが死ねば何の問題もない。
行くぞ。まだ倒れるわけには。さすがだな。
死ね。
王者の力、その身に宿れ。
こんなところでし
加減はしない。風よ。
I mean, it's the second battle. Basically. I killed some riffraff, but that doesn't really count.
死ね。
負けるか。
くらえ。ルイ様。
よし、うまくいった。
また強くなったよ。
I got a bunch of stat points. I just don't know where to stick him. Like, I have no idea yet, so I'm saving them.
力がついたな。いい感じだ。やるな。頼もしい。
Yeah? Water. Give me a minute. Oke.
Baka na. 士官にまでこんな狂信者が生まれているとは。
俺も魔導機なしでこんな力を。
こいつと同じか。お前たちは一体。
俺はレオン・ストロール。クリンゲルが言ってたろ。人間に襲われた村を俺はその村ハリアの今さら合点が言ったよ。道理で早馬を送ってもあの悲劇がルイの策略のせいだと言う。俺にも理由ができた。もう成り行きでついていくわけじゃない。俺を
グライアス。
こっからは見張りの手間が少し。
認めてくれるんだな。お前たちも構わないか。
よろしく。
兄弟。まあ改めてよろしくな。
誇り高き貴族ストロール。彼との絆を育てることであなたにね。
It's literally Persona.
お前と志を共に。
もしかしてあんたも感じた？考えてみると、あんたが目覚めた途端、なんでストロールも急に何？ここどこ？何なの？
驚いたな。ここへ迷い込んでくるとは。妖精か。もはや滅んだと思っていたが。
This game's Igor.
エルダの里ではまだ生きているのか。
うわ、何その失礼な言い草。
思っていたより早い再会になったね。まさか君以外にまで新たな目覚めが。これは奇跡。アーキタイプを本来の魔法だと言ったこと覚えてるかい？
まあ大体は。
例えば君はエルダ族だね。社会の鼻つまみ者。ひどい話だ。君の背負う定めだな。誰しも定めに苦しむ。でもその恐れや不安こそ自分に眠る力だ。向き合い従えてしまえば未来など自由に選べる。そして人々は苦難の中でそれを体現して見せた者の生き様を英雄譚として語り継いでいく。仲間の彼にも定めとそれゆえに信じる道や美徳があった。だから君を見て目覚めたんだ。君を守るためのアーキタイプにね。
ちょっと、あんた誰？どこまで知ってんの？言っとくけど、彼に手出したら承知しないから。
ほう、随分つながりが深いんだな。
まあ、最初はそうでもなかったけど、今じゃ運命共同体だし、心の奥でつながってんのでしょ？
そうだな。
私、お互い背中預ける関係っていう、そういう覚悟なんだからね。
神秘の妖精ガリカ。彼女こそ魔術師の美徳を心に宿す者。彼女との絆を育てることであなたに眠る新たな力が目覚めるでしょう。
あんたを迷わせない、これが私の役目。今のって
興味深いな。今ので分かったろ？君は他者の覚悟がある。そして自分や仲間たちがどんなアーキタイプで、例えばそう もう一人の連れの眼帯の男。本人の言葉通りものにならなかったんだろう。
グライアスも
探求者のアーキタイプの特性、いや君自身の特性かもな。これはね、ではこれだ。つまりさあ
Hmm. It'd be weird making him a mage, no? Whew, I'm starting to feel it. The fuck? Pakistan attacked Afghanistan? That's an odd one. Reports from AP and Pakistani statements indicate airstrikes occurred today, February 21, targeting TTP militants in Afghanistan in retaliation for recent suicide bombings in Pakistan, including in Islamabad. Random. Okay, anyway, sorry. I got stuck on Twitter. Apparently Pakistan bombed Afghanistan. So this guy has a lot of strength, so I'm just gonna make him a warrior as well. Fuck it. You see, he's strength 15, magic 7. Warrior it is.
これはね、いいか？
あ
あ。もちろん。
なんだと？まだまだ学びはあるということだ。
興味深い。それは
Oh, but it costs money, right?
興味深い。これはね、いいか？
Oh hell no. Never mind.
どうする？
よしよし。
この猫は
Plateau.
いい子だ。待っていたよ。
Okay, I'm like massively falling asleep. More tomorrow. Oh god. I like it so far. It's pretty cool. Bit more mature than Persona. I love Persona, so it's not like it's a big surprise that I'm liking this one so far. It's pretty chill. Anyway, boys, thank you all so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace the fuck out. Have a good one. Bye bye.